Masithandaze. Almighty God, where you have called us to govern this province, we ask your help to make decisions and laws that will be just and will promote the interests of the people. Almachtige God, ons bid dat u gedrende ons vergaderings, ons die nodige wysheid sal gee en ons motiewe sever sal hou. En dat u ons sal help om ons tekortkominge te oorkom en al ons besluite aan u op te dra. Sikelela Nkosi ilizwe lethu nabantu balo. Nkosi umisele ukulunga kwiphondo lethu. Nkosi sikelela iAfrika. Gcina abantwana bayo. Khokhela Nkosi inkokheli zayo. Inike uxolo Nkosi iAfrika. All this we beg in your most holy name. Amen. Please be seated. Good morning, Goeiemorgen, Molweni, Sanbonani. This is Women's Parliament of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. And thank you for honoring this great occasion. To the honorable members present, and of course, to all the delegates, leaders of political parties present, women wings of various political parties, but most importantly, all the delegates here and observers who have elected to participate in making this day a memorable day. To the staff of this Western Cape Provincial Parliament who have tirelessly worked beyond the call of duty to put this important day together, even at times having less time to spend with families and weekends, just to make sure that this event succeeds. Thank you very much for your work. Can we please put a round of applause for them? To the Secretary to Parliament for leading such a great, competent, and dedicated team. Today is not just an ordinary day, but it is a day to allow women, ordinary voices from our communities, to speak on the issues that confront them on a day-to-day basis. We have said we want to be a parliament that listens. We want to be a parliament that engages more, but we want to be a parliament that walks the talk. We've been talking, we talk so much in South Africa. We talk. But little do we do what we talk about. So we are saying the Western Cape Provincial Parliament is leading the call to encourage public leaders, public representatives, to walk the talk. So we're here to be engaged, we're here to listen, we're here to be schooled on some of the most pertinent issues that at times are in our blind spot, because we don't know it all, but we're here to represent all of you and the whole of the province of the Western Cape. If you look at the program, there is various speakers that will participate all of whom are ordinary women running their own organizations, working with ordinary women in our communities. It's something different, but it is because we want to challenge ourselves as Parliament and sit down and listen. But also political parties will speak after lunch. Those political parties that have got women wings, they will be speaking after lunch when we come back from lunch in order to allow them. They too are women, but we need to ensure that there's a blend that is not only political, but that is driving ordinary issues being raised by ordinary voices in our communities. But these are very serious issues. Gender-based violence, the life and plight of women in rural communities. There's a struggle, one struggle in the cities, in the urban areas, but there's a completely different struggle in our rural communities. The platteland semense. It's not maklik. Sometimes it gets hard here. When you walk, just to get to respond to an ID, to meet the Home Affairs Office, to get your birth certificate, death certificate, and a range of other issues, let alone to go to SASSA to apply for a grant. But these are issues that you yourselves know best because you are the most affected by them. So we're here to be engaged, we're here to be schooled, we're here to listen and learn more in order to do more. So in terms of the translation, because we've got 3 official languages in the Western Cape, at least for now, there is a translation for Africans to English. It's on channel number 2. And isiXhosa to English is on channel number 6. And Africans to isiXhosa is on channel number 4. Is there anyone who doesn't know how to choose the channel that you want to listen to? But there is translation, hence I'm giving this guidance. Are we all on the same page? We are? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, during the proceedings, there will be a number of chairpersons that will sit in order to lead the proceedings. They are temporary chairpersons who are going to be assisting the speaker, and they are all women. It's going to be fun. So you must enjoy, and make the best of today. After all, it is about women, it is about you, it's about us. I'm just going to request the honorable members from the NCOP, thank you again for your presence here. This is what we want to do in the 6th Parliament. We want the NCOP, you as permanent delegates, you represent the Western Cape there. Can you please stand up so that everyone sees you? Yes, Baya danke. Thank you. Honorable members, for the first time you are in the gallery. I see the chief whip there, I recognize you, and other members there in the gallery. Ordinarily they sit here, so you are sitting in their seats. How nice. Yeah, so this is beautiful. The Pope dance. All right, I would like to recognize Honorable Sileko. You have 3 minutes, Honorable Member.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, guests, fellow South Africans. As a man, I want to go a bit further than to simply denounce gender-based violence in South Africa, the Western Cape, and especially in rural areas, especially the plattelands. I want to declare that I will avail myself to support a following of men who will actively form a buffer between women as the victims and men who will commit acts of gender-based violence against them. As a man, I cannot only stand and talk about moral support to women in their struggle against abuse and harm done against them and their mothers and daughters. No, Somlomo, I will allow myself to be sent in a direction where, as men, we will organize ourselves in structures to act against women, against fellow men who use their physical powers to rape and abuse their victims. We as men must take collective responsibility for the atrocities done by those of our own gender. We owe it to women in this country to take collective responsibility for the conduct of all men to put this to a stop. Those men who abuse women must know that we as fellow men will no longer sit in silence over their deeds against women. The saying is that if you strike a woman, you strike a rock. I want to tell you that we as men will take action against those who strike our wives, mothers, daughters, and granddaughters. I would suggest that one of the resolutions emanating from this session of the Women's Parliament shall be that men must take responsibility for the deeds of men, that they must act on that responsibly. Enough with talk shops. The time for action is now. Violent responses cannot be the sole solution to gender-based violence, but we need action from men that will convince other men that for every bad deed against the mothers of our nation, there will be consequences. I will support every outcome of this session and will actively work towards lasting solutions. I wish the Women's Parliament and the delegates of women's organizations and associations the best for the deliberation that are about to follow. I salute you women, Bomama, vrouwmense, for standing together and saying, genoeg is genoeg, ons staan saam, ons beklei saam, and for saying, watinta bafazi, watinta mbekoto, van nou af sê ons almal, ons slaan almal terug. Thank you very much, enkosi, baie dankie.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sileko. You have outdone yourself. You finished your speech at a record time. You know, in Parliament, often we tell members, Honorable Member, please take your seat, your time is up, but I didn't have to do it now. I recognize Honorable Killian.
Speaker, this morning I rise in memory of a young Plattelandse lady, Alison Plaatjes, who became a victim of gender-based violence and femicide from the beautiful town of Swellendam in my region, the Overberg. On behalf of the African National Congress, allow me to express my gratitude for this beautiful event. I also wish to welcome all delegates and guests. This Women's Parliament comes a few days before the start of the 16 days of activism against the abuse of women and children. I want us to use it to launch our Provincial one, as well as to make our demands known. We want an end to abuse of women and children and femicide. On the 7th of November 2019, the Interim Steering Committee on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide held its bi-weekly meeting to discuss the implementation of the GBVF Emergency Action Plan to combat the source. Through the plan, violence against women and children will be combated through a coordinated government and civil society effort. Over 1.6 billion rand has been allocated for the implementation of the plan. From outside as a province, we need to be ready and to have a proper implementation plan. We need an accelerated implementation of the Emergency Response Action Plan. I want us to also commend the little work that has been done to respond to our demands. The Interim Steering Committee reported that SAPS has already started the procurement and delivery of evidence collection kits like pediatric rape kits and adult rape kits to all police stations in the country. SAPS is in the process of enhancing the forensic science laboratory that tracks the processing of GBVF cases. This process should be completed by January 2020 and will assist in the clearing of all DNA samples related to GBVF at forensic laboratories. It is also said that a total of 312 police entrants currently under training will be allocated to the Child Abuse and Sexual Offences units at SAPS by December 31st this year.
Will you please wrap up, Honorable Member?
Oh, sorry.
It's a
Give
3
me
minutes.
time. And the need of additional shelter and accommodation for victims of GBV, the steering committee noted that the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Your time is up. Baie dankie.
Speaker.
Baie dankie. I'm also sorry, Honorable Gillian. Yes. Thank you very much. I now recognize Honorable Arnold.
Goeiemôre aan almal en baie dankie Spreker vir die geleentheid. Vir die geleentheid om basies in hierdie wetgewer vandag ook net al die vroue wat vandag hier is te salueer vir die feit dat hulle die steunpilare is in ons gemeenskappe en dat hulle ook die fondasie is van ons gemeenskappe en ons durf nie die stem van die gemeenskappe se vrouens stil maak nie, want dan sal ons gemeenskappe basies ineenstort. So ek wil net graag vir al die vroue wat verteenwoordig is vandag hier sê baie dankie en dan ook vir die uitstekende werk wat u doen in die gemeenskap. Hierdie geleentheid is 'n geleentheid basies om net vir die vroue in die provinsie te sê dat die stryd wat aan die gang is teen geslagsgebaseerde geweld is 'n geveg wat ons as vrouens en mans gesamentlik moet takel. Ons sal dit nie op ons eie kan doen nie. Ons het organisasies en vroue wat vandag hier in hierdie parlement sit wat fenominale werk in hulle gemeenskappe doen en seker maak dat hy geveg bly aan die gang en dat dan nie gestop sal word nie. So ek sal hier vir u en ons sê net vir u alles van die beste met die werk vorentoe. Now as we embark on activism against gender-based violence, we must never forget or ignore the fact that our women, mothers, sisters, and girl children are still faced with challenges of poverty, unemployment, and sexual exploitation. It is for this reason that the economic freedom is even more urgent, for there shall be no truly economically free society without the betterment of the conditions of women. The struggle for gender-based equality in our country is a battle that is far from over. We must intensify our efforts and turn the tide against gender-based violence, because this is one of the most heinous crimes in our communities. I stand here today to challenge all men in the Western Cape Province to respect the dignity of all women and to stop abusing women and children. Geslagsgebaseerde geweld is 'n belediging vir die mees basiese regte van die slagoffers en die reg om vry te wees van alle vorme van geweld. Die ekonomiese vryheidsvegters gee erkenning aan alle vroue aktiviste vir die belangrike rol wat hulle speel as agente van verandering in hulle onderskeie gemeenskappe. Gemeenskappe moet opstaan en saam staan teen die afskuwelike manier waarop vroue aangeval, mishandel, verkragt en vermoor word. Baie, baie dankie.
Mooi spraak, baie dankie. Honorable members, honorable delegates, esteemed guests, I would like to acknowledge and recognize the Deputy Speaker of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, Honorable Beverly Schaefer. She has just joined us there in the gallery. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Now, I would like to There's a next session because we had 2 sessions before the delegates from NGOs, the members from the National Council of Provinces, and then the members from Provincial Parliament. So this now concludes the debate by members from the NCOP, and thank you very much for your speeches. Thank you very much for that. You remain part of the day, so you are free to stay. We want you here for the rest of the day. Thank you. Is Honorable Mbombo present? Minister Mbombo? Absent. All right. Now I move to Honorable Mkondlo.
Enkosi Somlomo, mandini bulise nonke abantu abakhoyo namhlanje apha kule ndlu yowiso-mthetho. Ndilibulele elithuba lokuma apha ndithethe kulo msebenzi umkhulu kangaka. Honorable Speaker, in discussing gender-based violence, I wish to submit that gender-based violence represents a gender unequal society. And therefore, in the discussion of gender in this particular women parliament, the violence that is perpetuated against women, that as a fact cannot be taken away. Actually, in the recent days, as citizens of South Africa and the world, we have been informed of the reality of the extent of that inequality. The inequality report indicates to us that women, black women in particular, that are staying in rural areas continue to actually be burdened with the brunt of poverty. When we speak about wealth and asset inequality, when we speak about social mobility, and again, the recent quarterly labor force survey once again makes the same confirmation that women are the most who are not in the employment. So how do we speak as women parliamentarians in this particular house? I speak here, Honorable Speaker, burdened as a parliamentarian who stood here and signed an oath to protect the citizens of South Africa and of Western Cape in particular. But I speak here as a mother myself, a mother to girls who are also subject to gender-based violence. I also speak as a female myself with my body, also as a potential victim. So this becomes very important when we speak here, so that at times we like to discuss the number of women, as it happens today, that we are sitting here in this house with the assumption that our presence as female bodies present change in society. And the reality of the matter is that to date, we have seen little change as demonstrated by some of the statistics that have shown. This then, as I conclude, Honorable Speaker, begs a question. What then becomes the role of us as women leaders, women in this particular parliament? Are we here only to tick the box to ensure that in the political system, South Africa is ranked number 10 at a level of 42%, having women in positions of power? Again, women sit in many organizations, be it in private sector, be it in government. But what shall be of these numbers if the situation of women remain the same? I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mkondlo. I now recognize Honorable Makamba Botja.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable guests, honorable members, I greet you all. Gender-based violence remains a social ill which continues to cripple our fragile society on a daily basis. Its roots are embedded in patriarchal practices which gives effect to gender power imbalances in our society. A society which treats women and children as nothing but property of men. This highlights just a snapshot of how the issue of femicide is so entrenched in our society, but it runs deeper than this. The world we live in tells us that women are feminine and men are masculine. It tells us being feminine is being gentle. irrational and weak, whilst the masculine is being strong, logical and intelligent. We live in a world that acknowledges men as default leaders and superior species over women and children. This scenario is the major component as we continue with the fight against gender-based violence. It is true that the struggle for the emancipation of women is the one that cannot be divorced from the struggle of Black people as the marginalized collective. We are gathered here today, 3 days before the 16th day of activism against gender-based violence against women and children. The international campaign is on its 28th year when this campaign started in 1991. Jessie Hess and Uyinene Mkhwetyana were not being born yet. They were to be born a decade later. It is said that it's not acceptable that these two beautiful souls and many others had to suffer and die at hands of men in our watch. Uyinene and Jessie's stories are publicly known, but not many of our children and women who suffer and die with no one tells the stories. Rural South Africa is the major scene of these untold stories. In rural South Africa, traditional cultures and religious morals link female values to virginity, which implicates that women's evocable diminished once she is sexually active. It also linked to the belief that pregnancy is sole responsibility of a female rather than a co-responsibility equally shared between women and men. The scourge which continues to haunt women and children is further exacerbated by inadequate and non-implementation of laws such as the Domestic Violence Act. Our police officials lack proper training and guidelines on how they should deal and handle the victims who report gender-based violence incidents. Most women continue to be turned away from police stations and told that domestic violence is a family matter and that the police has no jurisdiction. We need firm and proactive police in this regard who will treat victims of abuse with respect and empathy. Furthermore, there is an urgent need for gender transformation on judicial benches. More women should be appointed as judges in order to preside over most of these cases involving women abuse, and they understand the pain who go through on a daily basis. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Makamba Botja. I now recognize Honorable Heron.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I want to welcome the good delegates Tessa Hartzenberg and Patricia Noyo. I had wanted them to be speaking on behalf of Good during this sitting, since they are obviously far more qualified to speak about gender-based violence and women in rural areas than this white man is. And I'm very grateful that you have agreed to allow the delegates to speak later today. Otherwise, I would be speaking on their behalf, which I think undermines the whole purpose of us gathering here today. Speaker, I hope that today is not another empty talk shop, and you made reference to this earlier when you opened the proceedings. And I say this because today is the third time that we are sitting in this chamber to discuss gender-based violence and women's issues. And it is a critically important issue, but it's time for action and for less words, as you said. But here we are again for the third time debating the same issue. So we have to ask, what has our government done in the last 6 months since the elections? And what have they done over the last 10 years to address this issue? Or are we going to continue to meet in this chamber and talk? At the first debate, which was sponsored by the ANC, I asked the Community Safety MEC to conduct an assessment of how complainants were treated when they went to South African police stations, SAPS police stations in the province, in order to lay a complaint. That is something that is within the minister's mandate and within the provincial government's mandate, and it is a first step making a safe place for complainants to be able to lodge their complaints. The minister promised to undertake that assessment, and I asked him again last week while we were sitting in this chamber whether those assessments have started, and I didn't get a very clear answer as to whether they have started at all or whether there was any intention to do so. Tessa Hartzenberg, who is a good delegate, will relay this afternoon her own personal experience of trying to lodge a complaint of a very, very horrendous and horrific occasion or event that happened to her own family, and how the police and the justice system failed her and her family, and the perpetrator continues to walk free in a community that is suffering under the scourge of gender-based violence and rape. The second thing, Speaker, that I asked this government to do was to make sure that women and complainants had the freedom to choose to leave a lethal and dangerous place. And this meant focusing on providing shelters and places of safety for those victims or those complainants to move to, away from a lethal and dangerous place. And I'm asking again that this government and this parliament stop talking about the issue and start taking the steps that are needed in order to address the experiences of women in this province.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Thank you, Honorable Heron. I now recognize Honorable Murray.
Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. We as South Africans have become a violent, cultured society. Violent rapes and murders have become endemic. It's part of our society. Not only women, old people are killed. Babies are raped. The criminals don't care who you are. I want to say that criminals have lost all respect for the criminal justice system. The beneficiaries of crimes are those who have mastered the legal loopholes in a system in defending criminals. This is a haven for lawyers. They get millions defending criminals because the Constitution defends criminals. Let me tell you why I say that. Magistrate, Sunday Times reported 17th November, a magistrate gave a father who raped his 11-year-old child a suspended sentence. She sent a man who twice raped a 10-year-old girl to prison for just 5 years. A child rapist she freed on a suspended sentence, rounded up and given 20 years by another court. There is a woman magistrate who does this. I'm saying to you, Mr. Speaker, that unless the Constitution and the Criminal Procedures Act are amended, it will seem that we are condoning violent crime in South Africa. The victims of crime have less rights than the person who killed or raped her. He gets a lawyer, he gets bail, he gets parole. Even if he's sent to jail, they must give him nutritional food. They must give him a doctor to see that he's not hurt. And this poor woman sits at home without an income, without food, without a house. Nobody protects victims in this country. This constitution, written by classical liberals, is on the side of the criminal. And we will never get rid of crime in this country unless we address that issue. Women should be protected by the Constitution because the law is subject to constitutional restraints. No matter how viciously they murder a woman or anybody, after 5 years you walk free because your life is only worth 5 years in this country. And that's why I say that we must look again at where we are. 80,566 youths under the age of 17 is without a father. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Murray. Now recognize Honorable Prenkes.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I greet you with the universal greetings of peace. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, and members of the public. We are indeed living in very challenging times where women and children are not safe within their homes, at places of work, at institutions of learning, and in public spaces. Al-Jamaah takes note and commend the concerns raised by both national and provincial governments to deal with this increasing incidence of violence against women. However, effective measures to put an end to violence against women should not serve as only implementation, but should be executed. The Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, may Allah Ta'ala's peace and blessings be upon him, said, the condition of a community depends on the consciousness of its women. With this powerful quote in mind, we must ask ourselves, are women free to develop fully in their community? Are women hindered by gangsters, drugs, and abusive husbands? Does the existing climate of violence in our community allow women the freedom to empower themselves? Women have multiple roles and can at any one time be mothers, students, decision makers, leaders, workers, and many more. As we near the awareness campaign of 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children, Al-Jama calls on the provincial government as an institution who has the ability to address the social evils in communities such as gangsterism, drugs, shebeens on every street corner. Also to redress the wrongs of apartheid by fighting poverty, to ensure social security and protect the poor. We are also of the opinion that efforts to fight violence against women and children should not only pick up momentum this time of the year. Action against violence should take place throughout the year. According to South African statistics, 2011, black women continue to have the highest rate of unemployment and the lowest employment opportunities. Black women are also not fully representative in leading positions in both public and private sectors. We must recognize the pivotal role women play in ensuring food security for their families. Domestic violence is not specific to a particular religious group.
You must wrap up, Honorable Member. You can wrap up a bit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. When I say wrap up, I mean you must say your last sentence. So don't be too scared to say thank you to the delegates. Yeah, but thank you, Honorable Brankes. That concludes the speakers in this session. Now we go to the session 1 of our program. And I recognize Honorable Maseko.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, writer Tony Sorensen once said, walking a mile in someone else's shoes isn't as much about walk or the shoes. It's to be able to think like they think, feel what they feel, and understand why they are who and where they are. In South Africa, walking a mile in a woman's shoes means walking one of the most difficult and dangerous miles in the world. Before you have even taken your first step, you will be catcalled. Before taking your second step, you will be groped by a stranger. And you are lucky enough to still be standing, let alone walking by step 3, as you will either be struck down or raped by a man. We know that South Africa is dubbed the rape capital of the world, and according to the Women's Danger Index, South Africa is considered the worst country for violence against women by non-partners, homicides, and how safe women feel walking alone at night. But gender-based violence and femicide are not crimes committed because law enforcement has failed. They are crimes committed as a symptom of a South African society and culture which has normalized the devaluation of women. Therefore, tackling gender-based violence in our country does not rest with catching the perpetrators, but with changing the way in which we raise young boys and the way in which we teach young women how to view young women by changing the way young women view themselves. G.D. Anderson once said, and I quote, "Feminism is not about making women stronger. Women are already strong. It's about changing the way the world perceives their strength," close quote. It is for this very reason that we have summoned this Women's Parliament, not only to raise issues affecting female South Africans, but to propose ways in which we can change our entire society to value, appreciate, and respect women. Whether she is your mother or daughter, a lesbian woman in the township, or a transgender sex worker, each and every South African woman has the right to live, love, and work in a South Africa that treasures and respects her rights and existence. Let us open this Women's Parliament bearing in mind that our job as female legislators is not to prove our strength and resilience as women, but to actively mold a society in which a woman's place is not in the kitchen or in the bedroom, but in the highest echelons of South Africa and on equal terms with her male counterparts.
Yeah, well, Mama.
I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Maseko. I now recognize Honorable Pagu Force.
Honorable Speaker, allow me to express my gratitude for the opportunity to address this Western Cape Women's Parliament. This year, the country at large and Western Cape in particular experienced a number of cases of attacks, sexual violence, and murders against women and children. I have to take this moment and commend the work of South African Police Service and the judiciary for the work they did to secure a successful conviction of Luyanda Botha, who killed Uyinene Mkhwetjane. We all know he has been sentenced to 3 life terms in prison. This will go a long way to warn other perpetrators that there is no place for GBV in our country. I have been assigned the responsibility to introduce gender-based violence. The United Nations population talks of a sexual and gender-based violence, which is a violence involving men and women in which a female is usually victim and which is derived from unequal power relationship between men and women. The effects of GBV are long-lasting and wide-ranging, devastating lives and families and contribution to many other social ills. Most prevalent forms are intimate partner violence and sexual assault. The intimate partner violence is so rife that a 2009 study by N. Abrams and other titled Intimate Partner Femicide in South Africa, 1999 and 2009, showed that more than half of all women murdered, 56% in 2009, were killed by an intimate male partner. Sexual assault, on the hand, falls under the non-partner sexual violence, and it is categorized as sexual conduct or behavior that occurs without consent or will of the recipient. This includes such activities as forced sexual intercourse, child molestation, attempt rape, incest, and forcible sodomy. The 2018-2019 crime statistics shows that there were 7,043 cases of sexual violence in the Western Cape. Of these, 4,649 were for rape and 1,757 for sexual assault.
Siyabulela ke ma.
I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Just remove the mace, Sergeant at Arms. I would like to request that as we proceed, for the purposes of today's session, we acknowledge every speaker as an honorable speaker of the House. We've done the same for the youth parliament, so for sector parliaments, that will be a norm, so that we feel special. Also, it's consistency for the purposes of the sitting. Now I recognize Honorable Baxter, L. Baxter. You've got 5 minutes, your time starts now.
Good day, all the beautiful ladies and gents. Mr. Speaker, warm greetings from my place of work in Paarl to you. Firstly, I would like to thank all the organizers of this event and thank you for inviting me here. This indeed is one of the steps in the right direction for discussing issues of gender-based violence or however you want to call it. Gender-based violence is real, it's secretive, and women are silent about it. So, as a social worker, I was asked to speak about the experience in my sector. So, we as humans tend to focus on the negative, but I would like to start off talking about the positives. For the past 10 years of my experience at our shelter, I have listened to sadness, stories of gender-based violence, abuse, and from that, victims have excelled in their lives. Some of them have passed on through continuing assaults, meaning that they could not walk away and try to rebuild their life again. Through experiences, I've learned also the negatives. So I would like to start off saying, I would actually like to speak about, for the past 10 years, social workers, that is coming up in my mind now, social workers were complaining about salaries because we at shelters do not have a 9-to-5 job. It's continuing maybe till 11 o'clock or late at night, and when we look at our salary, it doesn't add up. So, but nevertheless, if I look at the victim, some of it is where our victims were never assisted when they went for help. They were misled. They were discriminated against their race, their class, and their gender. And that leads me to reflect on secondary abuse that our clients are experiencing. Really, we need to, I don't know how, but wherever we go, many of our stakeholders are not doing their part with regard to their job description or whatever we can call it. So for me, we need more shelters, we need more social workers, and I think we can all stand together, because if we're not going to, if we look at our future now, it's just going to worsen if we're not going to help one another or take hands. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Baxter. I now recognize Honorable A. Andrews. Your time starts now.
Granting me the opportunity, sorry.
Sorry. Thank you for granting me the opportunity to engage on a very serious topic of gender-based violence. We can all agree that femicide is real and has reached a stage beyond control. As a community worker, an activist, I have been involved in many marches, summits, forums, and meetings. Too often we hear the horrific experiences of victims. We read of the brutality of this form of crime. We hear about action plans, in fact, most reactive plans that are counterproductive. We should, as a nation, be more proactive in our approach in an effort to reduce or prevent these crimes from happening. It was also said that there will be a structured plan put in place to deal with gender-based violence. But year after year, the statistics increase. Our country's GBV crime is 5 times higher than the global average. Femicide has increased by 11%. According to a new government report, a woman is murdered every 3 hours in South Africa, and many are assaulted and raped before their death. The latest crime statistics released by the Department of Police reveal the depth of the crisis. Nearly 3,000 women were murdered between April 2018 and March of this year. This translates to 7 per day. So we're dealing with cases in our communities where 14-year-olds, 12-year-olds sit a whole day at the center, Thuthuzela Center, after being raped. Just imagine these children being raped and sitting at the center. On the Cape Flats, in our communities, there are many rape victims who, stricken by poverty, have no option but to wait. They sit there, damaged, dirty, invaded, in the most brutal way, and extremely traumatized. We really need a multi-pronged approach that will include community-based organizations. We should be mandated as activists, government officials, to seek and implement solutions, because we can all agree that enough is enough. So how do we stop the cycle of abuse? I have a few suggestions. We need to educate our young boys and girls about gender-based violence and how wrong it is to treat girls as objects to perpetrate violence. We need to change the cycle of intergenerational violence of any sort. We need our very good men, like the previous speaker spoke, to mentor our boys and men. We need fully resourced Thuthuzela centers. We need SAPS, the Justice System Correctional Service, to exercise the mandate justly and not to allow defense attorneys to manipulate vulnerability of the victims, treating victims as perpetrators. We need to revisit the human rights bill that seems to favor perpetrators, granting bail and their rights. What about the victims' rights? All gender-based violence cases are to be dealt with the same urgency. If we look at the 2 young girls, Jessie and Nene, Jessie's case unnecessarily delayed. It is mentioned that the DNA test results were outstanding. This perpetrator was out on parole, have pending cases, and raped a young girl in my community. We need more social workers at community schools. We need all SAP stations to have victim support rooms equipped to train trauma support workers. Our children and women need to be treated with respect. School educators should take some responsibility.
You need to wrap up, Honorable Andrew.
Some responsibility to follow up of learners, and more counseling support is required. I'll just wrap up quickly. Lastly,
your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You see, honorable members, the speaker is nice, ne? He first warns you and say you need to wrap up. Then if you start a new debate and he says finish, then your time is up. So the opportunity is for you, honorable members, to complete your sentence and wrap up. So I try and do that at least 15 seconds or 30 seconds before time, because you've got minutes. So anything less than a minute will be seconds. I now recognize Honorable Solomons.
Good morning, honorable members.
Your mic, please, madam. It's not
Good
working.
morning, honorable members. I just have a few things to say. I'm not going to use up all my 5 minutes. I just want to place emphasis on we are busy now with the 16 days.
Excuse me, this mic is not on. Is it on? Just check my taste.
I just want to talk about the
Thank
16
you.
days. Is this? I just, like I said, I only have a few things to say. I'm not going to take long. I'm not going to use up all my 5 minutes. But I just want to talk about the 16 days of activism. Every year when the 16 days starts, you will see all these newspapers and all the news that is going on, but it's the 16 days. But people forget there's 365 days, 366 days that we actually need to work on this gender-based violence. With the 16 days and the awareness, a lot of cases is being reported, but we don't have enough resources to assist our victims. Then we speak a lot about the women victims, but there's also, I believe, a lot of male victims. But because of secondary trauma that they experience at the police stations, how they've been perceived there, they often don't go and report abuse that is actually also happening against them. Then, like I said, I'm from Nice and we don't have a Tutuzela center. So when the victims has to go to get the rape kit, they should actually go to the police station. And some of them don't feel at that moment they actually want to lay a charge now, but they would rather go for the medical. So they can't do the medical if they don't get the rape kit. So we have to travel like in 80 kilometers from Nice to get to a Tutuzela center. If you like, at the Tutuzela center, the rape kit is there and there's no police, or the police they call the police in and the police come to the victim, where for us it's the other way around. Then with this continuous exposure to ongoing violence from the police side, we also get that the partners of the police officials also being victims in the end. But it's with the continuous exposure of ongoing violence, of crime and trauma for the police members that they are working with, they actually now, in the end, they are being the perpetrators. The same people actually who actually have to go and arrest perpetrators, say for instance, other community members that is acting against the law. We actually see partners of them, and the partners sometimes don't report because of the SEPS members' employment and their promotion that is now being in the scale. So what I would like to know is, where do we, as victim empowerment social workers, go to speak when we actually have victims from as the police official is a perpetrator, so where do we go? Because sometimes you really feel that you walk against the wall if you try and seek help and assistance for these victims. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Solomons. I now recognize Honorable Anne Makuchi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. All protocols observed. Ndiqamagusha kubo bonke umama namakhosikazi alele ukuthula who have paved way so I can stand here today. I honor the name of womanhood, motherhood, and sisterhood. I honor each bone for their sacrifice for the freedom of this beautiful land of ours, South Africa. In the midst of preparing today for today's speech, I had thoughts about GBV and I pondered on a lot of issues around it. It is quite an intense situation and issue to discuss because I'm a woman and I have a vagina. My sin is my vagina and my tits. Gender-based violence, it was brought to my attention through numerous discussions that one cannot discuss GBV without looking at the root of the problem, which is home. With this, I would like to quote Chimamanda Adichie Ngozi, who writes, "If we do something over and over again, it becomes normal. If we see the same thing over and over again, it becomes normal. Society has normalized abuse and violence because we see it happen again and again. Growing up in a home where this violence is an everyday norm causes damage to the well-being of a child. But this cycle repeats itself till the child is grown up again. The violation of women and children have become so normalized in regions like the Langeberg region where I come from, specifically in Bonneville, McGregor, Ashton, Robertson, and Montague. Adichie Ngozi writes, "There's sometimes in the discourse around gender the assumption that women are supposed to be morally better than men. They are not women as they are not. They are not. And women are just like men. We have to understand that, and there is a misunderstanding of women are just like men. It is very important for us to understand that this discourse is not only, it doesn't only violate women, but also the community of LGBTQI+. In conclusion, I return to the root, which is home. Teach sons and daughters to be citizens of the country who respect each other. Facilitate and encourage equality amongst them, where pink and blue doesn't exist, where a boy is told, you are a boy and be strong, so don't cry, to a point where the father or mother can say, cry, it is good to feel pain, my son. To get to a point where young women are told, listen, my daughter, the world is your oyster, you can do whatever you have to do, dream, you are capable of everything. Sorry. My final point. Young women are angry. They are tired of all this violation that has no true and honest repercussions. But what about a woman who's in the Langeberg region where service delivery is a complete disaster? Men should take full responsibility for their actions. Fathers, teach and facilitate your sons to respect, value, honor, love, and appreciate women. I am a believer that action speaks louder than words, and the government's action on GBV cases must be implemented on a daily basis so that it's not shortened and that we are respected. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Makuchi. I now recognize Honorable Roberts, D. Roberts.
Dear honorable members, I greet you this morning and I want to thank you for this opportunity. We always say that we need to stop GBV, but how do we do that? We need to stop working in silos. Inclusion empowers. And as an executive member of the Western Cape Women Shelter Movement, we have this daily fight about funding. We've come to the conclusion that in prisons, the prisoners receives daily funding of 350 Rand, whereas the shelters that we represent here today receives about 71 Rand per day, and that is so unfair. In reality, we get about 40% of our funding from the Department of Social Development. However, some of our shelters are struggling and they don't even have enough funds to pay salaries at the end of this month, not next month, this month. The shelters are at the cold face of gender-based violence. We deal with the victims that comes in, and we see the brokenness, and we see the brokenness of the children. I also want to say, let us stop passing the buck. Let us share the responsibility. It's not about this one working there, that one working there. Everybody is fighting for the same thing. We want a healthy country today. Stop saying that gender-based violence is not our problem. It is our problem. It is our women and our children. Let's get our SAPS officials to a point where they acknowledge the victims when they enter the SAPS building. Let them not sit there for another hour. Let them not sit there while the officials speak to one another in a language that the victims does not understand. It is very, very disrespectful. Today, as a mother, I want to ask the question, is our children safe? Is our daughter safe? How well do you know our sons? I've got a 24-year-old son that says to his girlfriend earlier this year, if you feel that I'm offending you or hurting you in any way, my mom is a manager at a shelter. Please go and tell that to her. Let's raise responsible young men. This is an era where our children, there's crime everywhere. But we as parents, women, men, sitting in this room can raise responsible young men and women. Our children is our future. Our children is the future of this country. Let's not just talk. Let's listen with our hearts, be brave, courageous, and make a difference. And let's stop living in fear. Let's take back our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Roberts. I now recognize Honorable Barnes as Barnes.
Good morning, delegates. Good morning, Mr. Speaker. The previous speaker has just touched on something I'm also going to speak about. The theme of the 16 Days of Activism this year is unity, and it's also saying something about generation equality, standing against rape. And then when I hear the word generation and I hear the word equality, it is very clear to me that there is a whole new generation that thoughts need to be transformed. And wherever I go, I advocate for everyone needs to do their part in gender-based violence. The small behaviors of our daily interactions with people is what perpetuates most of the biggest stuff that occurs. For instance, we as women, we also fall part of the patriarchy system. We have women in leadership positions or in parliament situations or in any position that is patriarchal. We have women also laughing at sexual harassment jokes made at a workplace. We have people also, we as women also laugh at rape jokes or of jokes that is of a sexual nature. So I feel like when you work in gender-based violence, or when you work with victim empowerment, it's very important to know what your prejudice is and where you stand with gender-based violence. I feel it's, when we talk about unity, when we talk about gender-based violence being everyone's problem, it's about our daily interactions and it's about we that do the work. It's the energy that we carry. It is the energy of activism that we carry. It's not about perceiving gender-based violence in lesser forms, in less important forms, and the more important crimes. It's about the equality thing, treating every crime equal, treating every crime as, because it's the small stuff that leads to the biggest stuff. So we as we working in this environment, we need to carry that energy. We have a huge task at hand. We have a huge task with gender-based violence increasing. The statistics are increasing. You guys, I haven't even spoken about the stuff that I've written down. But anyway, I just want to say that no parliament and no forum, no organization, and no community and no new culture can be brought to the fore without like a stirring, like a deep stirring within ourselves, and without passion to go out there and do this huge task at hand. And we cannot do this without mobilization, without transforming people's thoughts, without actually doing and taking action. And with that, I talk about the daily stuff that we do, the daily interactions that we have as young women, how we carry ourselves as mothers, what we teach to our boy child, what we teach to our girl child, the equality of not only placing a girl child in a box of you're only allowed to do this, and a boy child that you are only allowed to do this and you are allowed to do this. It's our daily interaction that is perpetuating the biggest stuff that is happening. And then as a young woman, I want to honor the bravery of victims that has spoken out and that has healed through sharing their stories. I know a lot of people working in victim empowerment and in this field, they are themselves victims, so I honor you today. I want to honor the men, the few men that are here, that has taken up their God-given design and in their households, in their families, in the communities, in the churches, in parliament. We honor the men that respect and treat women and that see the woman as an equal figure in the male-dominated spaces. And I honor every single person that is fighting to combat gender-based violence, and everyone that is modeling a peaceful and no-violence attitude for children. And everyone that understands that violence produces violence. Today's victim is tomorrow's perpetrator. So thank you, and do carry on with that behavior.
The Honourable Matlodi Maseko has taken the chair.
Thank you very much. I now recognize Honorable Coetzee, H. Coetzee.
En met Afrikaans is ek baie meer gemaklik. My gevoel is dit moenie net 16 dae van aktivisme wees nie. Dit moet elke liewe dag van die jaar. En dit is nie net 'n unieke ding dat dit net in Suid-Afrika, dit is reg oor die wêreld. En almal van ons kan navorsing en Google, ek glo nie daar's een wat dit nie kan doen nie. Alles wat gesê is, jy kan oplees en uitvind, maar ek wil graag praat oor Matsikama. Ek kom van Vredendal. Matsikama is 'n baie groot area en dienslewering is 'n probleem. Ons het areas waar daar nie eers selfoonopvangs is nie. Daar is nie mense wat met hulle SASSA geld gaan haal, dokter toe gaan. Daar was nou onlangs 'n voorval wat 'n dogtertjie deur 'n skorpioen gebyt is en sy is dood voordat hulle by 'n telefoon kon uitkom of die dokters in die hande kon kry. En die plan van aksie was toe maar om die mense in eerste hulp op te lei. So daar is daarom oplossings ook. Ek sal sê ons moet 'n sosiale omgewing skep waar abuse en verkrachting, ons moet bewusmaking, ons moet die mense bewus maak, want almal weet nie, en selfs as maatskaplike werker, as jy met die normale mense in die straat, hulle besef nie wat regtig aangaan nie. Ons besef nie wat regtig aan die gang is nie. Daar is 'n tekort aan hulpbronne. Dit is almal se frustrasie. Daar is 'n lieflike slagoffers van verkrachting, 'n kamer by die hospitaal. Dan gaan praat ek daar, ek vra wat is dit? Ons het nie personeel om dit te beman nie. Jy het nie 'n selfoon om 24 uur aan diens te wees nie. By die polisiestasie is 'n VIP room. Dit word nie gebruik nie. Dit is regtig 'n tekort aan opleiding. Al die polisiemanne, ek praat met die kaptein wat met die FSC, hy werk met hierdie dinge. Die ander polisie weet nie van die harassment order, van die protection order. So ons is regtig, ek is baie besig met die volgende 16 dae om net bewusmaking. Dan natuurlik alkoholmisbruik, dwelmmisbruik, substance abuse is 'n groot ding. As jy deur die leers kyk, die dame het gedrink en toe sy net weer sien, toe is sy verkragt. Ons het 'n baie groot taak, 'n baie groot taak. En ek wil net afsluit, ek wil nie al die minute praat nie. Daar's een goue reël, I'll say that in English, I'll try my best. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Dit is my goue reël in die lewe. Dankie.
Thank you very much. I now recognize Honorable February. R. February. She is not here? Okay. In her absence, can I recognize Honorable N. Eland?
Thank you, Honorable. I come today to this house for the very first time, and thank you for the invitation. I come with a message of 150 women that gathered on the 16th of November in grassroots soccer in Harare. That said, I should say to this house, we do not only have gender-based violence as a problem, we have femicide in our hands. Gender-based violence have come to a level of femicides against women's bodies. Behind every statistics that we spoke about today, there's a woman's life, there's a girl's life. The Western Cape has a huge problem of gender-based violence. I come from Khayelitsha, but Khayelitsha just alone with a lot of resources that seeks to address the issue of gender-based violence. But because these services are not informed by the very same people it seeks to serve, they become null and void. The response to gender-based violence is very poor. We have nice laws. We just reviewed the Sexual and Offences Act that speaks to this, but it is just paper. Implementation is not the same. Guidance is there, but we are not acting. We have our own very own Shukumisa campaign that is birthed here in the Western Cape, but do we ever listen to what they are saying? Nothing. Women have been crying for a national strategic plan on gender-based violence. That is not forthcoming. And I charge the Western Cape Parliament to actually take act on that. Programs meant for women are in dire need of resources. I cannot allude to what the shelters have been saying here. I cannot allude to the response programs like the rape crisis and all those that seeks to support survivors of gender-based violence with psychological support. I just attended a case in Vredenburg of young ladies who have experienced violence against women to a point whereby they have mental health issues. But guess what? Psychologists are based in Cape Town, if they can find one that speaks their own language. There is no consistency in justice in the justice system when it comes to cases of gender-based violence. Today we celebrate Uyinene's victory, but the lady next door to my house doesn't. We need to change cultural norms. I charge this house to review the customary law that still burdens our women and justifies, the sexual and gender-based violence that they face in their own marriages. The support for survivors of gender-based violence is highly needed, especially healing processes for those who have survived. Perpetrators get psychological support in jail and education. What about the survivor? Rural areas are neglected. Cases that are perpetuated by SAPS, police officials, are hidden under the carpet. In that regard, I'll just read you one case that I am dealing with right now. It's a letter from a mother that is written to Honorable Minister Cele. It's a case 70-10-2019. It is with a heavy heart that we write to you about the case in which my daughter was raped by my cousin, who also is in an employment of South African Police Services. This incident happened on the 27th of September and was reported in the 3rd of October in the Midrand police station, but the victim is also staying in Cape Town. She went for a holiday. The matter was later referred to IPID and allocated to Colonel Busisiwe Mnyuku. I have made several attempts to contact her, inquiring about the case. She continues to state that she is waiting for a statement from the accused, who still needs to get back to her. up until today, that little girl that is 8 years old is still suffering the consequences of a delayed case. Organizations, women's organization, whose funding is supposed to be generated to them because they are the first on the line to assist women, are in dire need of resources, and they are told that they are not eligible without any technical support to make them eligible. There are programs that are geared to young women, but whose finances are sitting in men's organizations.
Honorable Member, if you can wrap up.
As I wrap up, there is a message from women that says, we are scared of 16 days of activism. We are scared of Women's Month. These days, we deal with a lot of killings. 365 days, we need to end femicide now.
Thank you very much. I now recognize Honorable V. Boyson.
Thank you, Speaker. Mine is more one voice to add to all that people were speaking now here. We as women, we are suffering. We don't have anywhere to go. Everybody is taking us to here and to there. When we go to the police station to go and report a case, the police are laughing at you. In our community, people are so scared to talk about abuse because they know it's like a stigma that is surrounding your family. What can we do as women in Cape Flats? Actually nothing, because the government doesn't listen to us. We're just there to be used, to be killed, and our children to be raped. It's so sad when you go to court to get interdict, you don't even understand the paper to write the issue that you bring into the interdict. And nobody's there to help these women to write this interdict. When you go to the police station, they will tell you, your interdict doesn't cover the abuse. You must specify in your interdict what is the abuse all about. How can we know that? Because nobody's telling us. It's so sad. We're crying, but nobody's hearing us. What did we do as women in South Africa? Nobody's coming to us to help us. The law enforcement that we go to the police, they will look at you and tell you, it's not their problem, they got more problems with the gangsters. Your husband, you can speak to your husband, he can stop beating you. So it's so sad, we're crying again. We are here today, pleading with you, come help us as women. We need women decks in the metros, in the rural area, where women can come together, not only for today, not only for 16 days, because only it happens once a year. Is our rights only for 16 days? That we are asking ourselves. Why don't we have these days where we, as women, we can go encourage other women to go and report cases of rape? So I plead with you today, the House, please help our women. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I now recognize Honorable C. Vanston.
Thank you. Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, members, and good morning, honorable delegates. Gender-based violence is a state of affairs that affects not only the victims, but also our next generation, our youth, our country, and our economy. In the Emergency Action Plan announced by our President on the special joint sitting of Parliament in October, it is being implemented because women of our community demanded that financial and other resources should be made available to address this national crisis. The responsible government departments have together reprioritized 1.6 billion rand for the plan to be implemented. From this statement, I take notice that we need to speak out and that women have a voice and we need to be heard. I also like to bring to the attention and request that the resources that are being used in the police departments and the health departments, that there should be considered a training, that the officials will have compassionate training and be made aware of the fact that they need to have compassion on our victims. Provinces are identifying underutilized buildings that can be refurbished and used as shelters, as per the President. These shelters are one of the most important solutions to assisting the prevention and aftercare of gender-based violences for men, women, children, and families. There is a big need, especially in the Garden Route, for shelters, and our NPR is working on a life rehabilitation centre. 90% of the victims stay in those situations because they have nowhere to go. We have to be realistic and identify the triggers and the causes and the impacts for gender-based violence in our country and specifically in our communities. Once we have identified these causes, we need to work on the solutions. And solutions are only possible when partnerships are formed between organizations and institutions and a full turnkey solution is offered. I agree with what one of the honourable delegates said, that we cannot continue to work in silos. We need to partner together so that we can have a solution. And we need to work on those solutions to assist the victim as well as the abuser on their mental, physical, spiritual and emotional state. One of the triggers of gender-based violence is substance abuse. We deal with substance abuse awareness, prevention and interventions for youth and adults, which generally ties into gender-based violence, which leaves men, women, children and families abused and abandoned. So I'd also like to say in closing that I am a survivor of domestic violence, and it is with pride that I stand here and choose to be victorious, because as a mother of 2 children, I am a single mother because I chose to take that stand and break the cycle of violence in my home and stop exposing my children to violence and to let them understand that you don't need to be a victim. So hope is possible and change is possible. I thank you.
Good morning, all. I'm Lana O'Neill, representing Heavenly Promise 48 Bredasdorp. Bredasdorp is a town of rape and murders, the horrific rape and murders the past few years. Anene Boyce, Katie Williams, Elder Jafter, Salnita Mano, Jodine Peters, and Alvina Europa in 2019. We exist since 2005 and is in Bredasdorp since 2014. Our house is a facility which provides a household setting and provides a safe space for abused women and children for the Cape Agulhas area since 2015. We have seen it all, the nature of abuse, and we do not want to upset anyone and don't want to go into detail. With my experience as an activist for women and children, we have to look for the root of all. Where did it all start? Why does she stay in an abusive relationship? Why does she love her boyfriend, her husband, more than her children? How was her life as a child? How old was she when she had her first child? How was the life of her mother or her household? Was she raped as a child? Was she abused in any other way? Why doesn't she want to be pretty? There are so many questions we can ask, and therefore, the root of the pain has to be dealt with. The same applies for the minors. The subconscious is so powerful, and it controls a person unknowingly. I know it because I was sexually abused as a child. I know this pain, but it made it easier, and the difference is, when I unblocked it, I had the support of family, but these vulnerable and poor people, women and children, don't have it. Our challenges. The following can be backed up by actual cases that I was personally involved in. The referral process from one department to another, the pass the bucket attitude of the departments. Transport for women who are really in danger to another town, especially when they are in a gang-related relationship. Rape victims. Statements need to be taken by a woman officer. Time limit from reporting the incident to the hospital and the trauma which continued during this time. It is also reported to us that the psychiatric sister is prescribing medication with the first consultation in Bedrasdorp without the patient having been seen by a qualified psychiatrist. Women and children drug addicts, when they get disorientated and violent, no one can handle them. There should be a facility at the hospital to keep them for 72 hours and to be referred to an institution, but we know the lack of that fully occupied. No government drug rehabilitation center or resource facilities in the Western Cape for minors as young as 9 years old. Communication and education to our people regarding any child in need of care and protection. The Children Act 38 of 2005, Chapter 9. Communication, education, who can approach the court, irrespective women or children. Sustainable education and communication on protection orders. This is going to be a shock for all of us. The social workers, auxiliary workers, community workers, development workers, to our total population ratio for the Cape Agulhas area. The total Cape Agulhas population is 33,038, IDP of the Cape Agulhas municipality. We've got one social worker for every 2,753 people in Bredasdorp. One auxiliary worker for every 6,607 people. One community development worker for every 11,012 people. Not everyone requires social services, but if one assumes that 1/3 of the population do require it, then the numbers are still very high. It can even get worse when one of the social workers gets sick or on leave, as there are no replacements for them during this period. At the clinic, Department of Health, we only got one psychiatric sister and one psychologist for the Bredasdorp area. The situation is even worse with the psychiatric services. There's only one psychologist, one psychiatric sister in Bredasdorp of a population of 15,524. Thank you.
Now we can I'm recognizing M. Scholz.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm from the organization called Where Rainbows Meet, and we are based within the community called Vrygrond, Muizenberg side. 365 days, we look at those cases where women is battered and abused. What we also realize and discover is that there's not enough space for these women that has been battered. We just called an institute in this week, and they said that the woman has got to wait till January. Imagine that woman stay in that house till January. We really got to unpack the box and see what are we not doing right. Because we have a crisis here in South Africa. We have a crisis where our women, our children, our young boys are very much at risk. And there's no way that we can say that we are safe. This year was a hectic year. Am I next? That was the question. We cannot work like that. We cannot live like that. We need to really make sure that the Department of Education look at themselves. We need to ask that social development look at themselves. We need this house to really look at yourselves as to what are we doing here in the surrounding year, and seeing who is the best party. But in your areas, we are suffering. Community organizations doesn't really get the support that's needed. Funding, it's a pain for each and every organization. And then to top it off, I want to be the best organization, so I push the small ones out. So I'm really asking here to each and everyone sitting here in the House, all our delegates, our honorable guests. It's such an honor to be here today. A couple of years back, I was sitting there at the top, and it was actually my dream to be down here at the bottom, to make sure that I say to Parliament, we are not happy as South Africans. You are our leaders, but you are failing us big time. So I'm very glad for this process, and I hope this process is going to lead somewhere, because we need the change, and the change must happen today still. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize Honorable Priedericks.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Honorable Speaker, members of Parliament, fellow delegates. I greet you all in the wonderful name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. It's indeed an honor to be part of this movement. So I'm also going to switch over in Afrikaans, so that is my language that I'm very comfortable in expressing myself and how I feel. I'm from Worcester House of Hope, and Worcester is a beautiful town here in the Boland area. Worcester House of Hope is our vision there, just to give you a little background from Worcester House of Hope, is to restore hope to the lives of women and children. And our mission is to provide a sanctuary for women and children, to help them heal from traumatic experiences, to enable them to create a new future for themselves. Yes, gender-based violence is real. It is not just a huge problem in our country, it's a massive problem in our country. We only focus on the gender-based violence on the 16 days, but what about the 300 or the rest of the year? Word daar genoeg gedoen? Ons Worcester is, almal weet van Worcester wat 'n tyd terug op die map was met Avian Park, die geweld wat daar is. Daar's baie gangsterisme, daar is dwelmmisbruik en daar word daar ooit genoeg gedoen. Een van die probleme wat ons in die gesig staar as hierdie shelters en hierdie NGO's, is dat fondse is net nooit genoeg nie. So ons kan nooit genoeg doen en jy wil soveel doen. Jy moet passie hê vir wat jy doen. So die passie is daar, maar die fondse is nie genoeg. Die resources are not enough. Behuising is ook nie genoeg nie, want jy's jou huis wat jy die vroue in shelter en in skuiling is nie 'n geskikte area nie. So ons sukkel met hierdie tipe probleme. Staf is 'n probleem, ure werk is 'n probleem, geld en salarisse, maar networking is ook vir ons baie belangrik. En daarom hou ek van Nehemia 3 wat praat van the power of next. So ons moet hande vat en ons moet saam werk aan hierdie ding. And if we don't stand together, what will we accomplish in life? And what will we accomplish for this woman? We need to share this responsibility, because I believe that together we will do better. And we have to have passion. Ek is ook 'n geestelike werker in die gevangenis in. En daar sien jy vroue wat vir jare in abusive huwelike was, wat nou lewenslange tronkstraf moet uitdien vir dit wat sy gedoen het, vir 'n lewe wat sy geneem het. Nou vra vir jouself af, is daar justice vir hierdie vroue? Want sy sit daar, haar lewe is ontneem, sy het 'n lewe geneem, ja, haar lewe is weggeneem, haar kinders is van haar verwyder, sy het geen kontak nie, van elke ding wat die perpetrators doen, en ek glo ook daaraan, dat ons moet na die perpetrators kyk. Ons bemagtig ons vroue, ons doen al hierdie goeders, ons is elke jaar word daar gefokus, net in hierdie 16 dae, en goed gebeur die res van die jaar. Maar ek glo ook, dat as ons nie met die perpetrators gaan werk nie, gaan daar ook nie 'n einde kom aan hierdie violence against our women and children nie. So wat gaan gedoen word? Hulle gaan in die gevangenis, ons het gehoor die klomp geld per dag vir een gevangenisse, en hoe min word daar gegee vir die shelters. Hulle kry alles, hulle kry programme, 'n program wat buite kan kos vir R1200 kry hulle vir gratis. Maar wat word gedoen aan hierdie slagoffers daar buitekant? Want hierdie misdade van hulle het 'n ripple effek. Dit effekteer nie net die victim nie, maar wie is geconnect met die victim? Wie is deel van daardie victim se lewe? En daardie victim is in 'n huis in. Dis die gesin se lewe wat geëffek word daardeur. Wat van die community? Wat van is die maatjie se pa is wat haar verkrag het? Wat van daardie daardie maatjie, wat van die skool. So is soveel mense wat geïmpakteer word in die effek wat op hulle lewe afgespeel word as gevolg van hierdie een misdaad en ons fokus op die perpetrator. Hy kry al hierdie ondersteuning, die lawyer kry hy, alles die kry hy en hy kry dit verniet. Maar ek wil ook sê is dat waar begin ons met hierdie dinge? Ons begin by ons huise. Ons moet weer teruggaan na ons huise toe. En ons moet ons seuns leer hoe om verantwoordelike, respekvolle en eerbare manne te wees. En ons moet ons seuns groot maak so, omdat hulle eendag iemand se pa en se man gaan word. En ons moet die voorbeeld stel. Die werk is groot, die arbeiders is min. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Fredericks. I now recognize Honorable Sali.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. We seek refuge in the Almighty from Satan and begin in the name of the Almighty, most merciful, most compassionate, most beneficent. All thanks and praise is due to the Almighty for blessing us with favors way beyond our understanding. And me standing here this morning is one of those great favors. I'm standing here as an ordinary community member from Bonteheuwel, who started and is a founder member of Bonteheuwel Walking Ladies. I'm standing here in my second chance in life where I had a turnaround where my doctors given up hope on me during 2005 when I had brain surgery. Told my husband to take your wife home, it's just a matter of time. I found a beautiful verse in our scriptures that says, do not despair. Never give up hope in the soothing mercy of your Lord. Whoever despairs and gives up hope has no faith. And today I hope that we can gather here and go home with some hope. So I'm also a child that comes from a household of violence. I've written a little book, a little poem. I just want to read a few verses because I wrote this just before I went in for my brain surgery, as I never had a thought that I would come out there alive. My book is called The True Painful Reflections Perceived by a Child. Mother, I thank our Creator for granting you giving birth to me. Reflecting back, it was the best to be. Mother, you were both small but unique. Our Creator blessed you with 10 of us, and it never made you weak. Much there were to reflect and to ponder, wondering why you were always driven asunder. I prayed to God for a solution and to grant conclusion to all my fear, anger, and confusion. Much there were to absorb and perceive. Thanks to our Creator for granting relief. I struggled picking up the pieces to put this puzzle together. This, I tell you, Mother, was no pleasure. I strived to the best of my ability, looking at the facts and reality. Mother, for the sake of our religion and your dignity, I'm trying to inspire humanity. I revealed our lifestyle, not for shame, but to portray your personality and not your blame. You were only 16, so young, yet the worst part of your life. Thanks to our Creator, on your own you could strive. Sadly, your husband, he never appreciated, for he was most of the times intoxicated. Mother, watching as a child how you were abused was the saddest thing to witness, and there was no excuse. Watching that tiny body taking the blows and the punches made me wonder why you still made him breakfast, suppers, and lunches. My father had no self-respect, as he would abuse your mother without regret. You were so humble in taking all that verbal, emotional, and physical abuse. For your defense, we as children were of no use. The only thing for us was to pray and pray, begging God to keep that violent man from us away. Mother, you saw it fit to give him more and more chances. For you were so kind and forgiving, you carried no grudges. Mother, you always tried your utmost best, as you were always challenged with more and more tests. I'm not going to continue because I just wanted to give an introduction from where I come from. So the Bonteheuwel Walking Ladies were established to give platform to mothers because everybody and all organizations within government are taking care of the youth. And they're not taking care of the grannies who must take care of the grandchildren who are the leaders of today and who are faced with all the challenges of gangsterism and drugs.
You may wrap up, Honorable Member.
So we have that platform where we say we can speak out and we stand very strong in in gender-based violence, and we are here today, and we thank you for this opportunity that we can stand strong within our communities, that we will be listened to. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Member Sally. Now I recognize Honorable Kay Johnson.
Good afternoon, everybody. Goeiemorgen, goeiemiddag. Voor mij zal het de eer is om in Afrikaans te praten. Ik is van Bouwverwes en onze grootste probleem, ik werk graag meestal met gestremde kinders en dan vrouwen, kan jullie me horen? En dan vrouwen, wat ook gestremd is, met een groot probleem in Bouwverwes. Als een gestremde kind oor 18 is, dan kan je niet met haar werken. Hulle sê mos, die kind is oor 18, maar ik voel een gestremde kind is soos 'n babietjie waar je moet weer leer en opvoed. So in Beaufort maak ik mijn eie wet. Als je gestremd is, ik ga vir jou help. Laat het sê, soos jou eie protocol. So ek sê, ek skryf 'n protocol weg en ek doen my eie protocol. Minister, ek het nie baie om te sê nie, baie dankie.
Okay. You can continue, Honorable Member.
Dis al wat ek wil te sê het. Baie dankie.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now we came in the end of our first session. Now I would like Honorable Vusha to explain what is going to happen now.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. What will follow now immediately is that we're going to open the floor for discussion and the formulation of resolutions that will be tabled to the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. Ms. Madeleine Gauzy will capture the resolutions. Honourable Baku Baku Force will preside over the discussions and the resolutions. Once we are done with the discussions and the resolutions, all the delegates and the guests are invited to the lobby, where we will take a pledge of commitment to the campaign for 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children. And that will be led by the Honourable Speaker Mkasela. So I will ask the speaker to please now open the floor for discussions and resolutions.
Thank you very much, Honorable. We can continue about our discussion as Honorable Vusha already alluded. Now, Honorable Vusha. Vusha. We are continuing. Oh, I'm jumping. Sorry. I'm continuing.
We're just going to do discussions and resolutions, and then you're adjourning.
And then I will recognize anyone.
Yeah, anyone who's up there.
Now, anyone that is in here is welcomed to raise or to give us Would you like to say something, Honorable Member Damaris? Oh, I see your hand up. I thought you want to raise point of correction or point of order. Thank you. Now, I will take 5 hands this side, 5 hands that side, so we can continue about our discussions and resolutions. At the back, number 1, Damaris, number 2, Zoleka, number 3, number 4, Honorable NCOP. And this side, number 1, Honorable Member, number 2, Honorable Member, number 3, Honorable Member, number 4 at the back. Thank you. Masilandi lelani ngolo hlobo.
Sorry, Chairperson. Can I ask just a procedural question?
Yes.
We've just received an updated speakers list, and there are 5 representatives from parties who've been added. Should they not make their input before we have discussion and resolutions? Because they may say something after we've discussed the resolutions that influences what resolutions and what the discussion is. So I'm wondering, Chairperson, whether we can't hear from these 5 representatives before we move into discussion and resolution.
With other names. Oh, yes, I can allow that, Honorable Member Ferron. Honorable Member, can I have the list? Okay. Thank you, Honorable Member Vusha. Now I recognize Honorable Fortuin.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for the opportunity. I stand on behalf of the women from the rural areas in the East region. Following the brutal murders of women and young people earlier this year, we as fellow South Africans have seen a beautiful picture, a picture of where we have united for the same and common cause. One should ask, what is the solution to gender-based violence? It is exactly that, unity among South Africans so that we can champion the fight against gender-based violence. On the 5th of September, the President of the Republic of South Africa, and I quote, said, "We will strengthen the emergency teams with bringing together police, social development, health, justice, and education to continue providing rapid and comprehensive responses to all forms of violence against women," close quote. That is exactly what we should do. Government needs to unite. Civil society needs to unite. I'm honored to have the opportunity to experience a wealth of excellent representation from the women's sector here today that speaks out on gender-based violence. The people in the rural areas face a number of challenges, honorable members. This morning or last night we left at 11 o'clock the previous day. We were 8 hours on the road traveling to get here this morning to be on time for the session. That is the challenges that the people in the rural areas face. A number of resources that we're lacking, from the Beaufort West to the Laingsburg, to the Prince Albert and the Oudtshoorn, from Plettenberg Bay to Mossel Bay to Hermanus. That is the rural areas. People are faced with challenges where women do not have the courage of speaking out because they live in a society that are judgmental. A lack of resources facing the people from the rural communities makes it so much difficult for us to champion. Hence, we've got the government sector, civil society, the private sector. As we unite as South Africans, we can champion this fight against gender-based violence. I don't believe in the campaign of the 16 days of activism for only media purposes and for people to tick a box. It is a fight.
Member.
Thank you, Speaker. It is a fight of 365 days where we have the opportunity to ensure that we fight for women and children issues. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Fortuin. Now I recognize Honorable Lulama Chelele.
Good morning, everybody. The research by
and others in a 2011 titled The War at Home found that sexual violence by non-partners is particularly common, but reporting to police is very low. This may be due to many issues, including stigma around rape or social standing of perpetrators. Other factors may include loss of confidence on justice system because of the fact that many perpetrators are walking free on the streets. For these reasons, I want us to use today to make emphatic calls that there must be no bail for sexual offenders, no parole, and they must get the harshest minimum sentences. In conclusion, due to the increasing number of the reported sexual offenses by the government officials, I wish to reiterate the ANC call to the Premier to ensure that all government employees go through a vetting process to ensure that we identify and isolate all those who have committed sexual offenses in the past. Women and children must break silence. Justice must be served to the perpetrators. No bail, no parole. Once again, they must rot in jail. Unity is the power to fight the GBV. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize Honorable Hudson Peck.
Good morning, Honorable. Good morning, women. All the men that's here this morning, I just want to greet you. It's an honor for me standing here in the House. I first want to say I'm very thankful having this opportunity to stand as a mother, community worker that faces a challenge that daughter was raped. A daughter that was raped by the age of 34, she's not a child, she's a woman. And today I can stand proudly here as a mother that can speak from my heart. The day when my daughter was raped, she's a mute child, she can't speak. The day when she was raped, the penetrator was arrested Sunday. And the Tuesday he had to appear in court. He came out on 1,000 rand bail. And the case was postponed till the 30th of January this year. The senior prosecutor decided not to go on with this case because she's mute. She can't speak for herself. She can't explain to them what happened, but she can identify the person because it was the family who did it. And until today, nothing happened. So who is going to fight for the children that can't fight for themselves? Who's going to defend them in a case like this? What happened to the law of South Africa? Why is government failing our children that cannot fight for themselves? We as mothers, we as women, we are strong because we're facing these challenges every day in our community. I've got an NPO, Mom Touching Lives, and you know I'm always there for my community, but when it happened to my child, nobody was there. Nobody was there until today. I'm fighting this battle on my own. Through the strength that I get from God, I can stand here more than a conqueror. But all I want to know today, who is fighting for those out there who cannot fight for themselves? I thank you.
honorable members, welcome me back. What I would like us to do at this stage, thank you to the temporary chairs, temporary presiding officers. Now I know if the speaker is not here, we are safe. We're in safe hands. Thank you very much. We've got to take resolutions because they help us to refocus in an approach that allows the House, which is Parliament, to say on this specific issue, what is it that women are telling us in order to take the discussion forward. And that then allows for practical intervention to take place. Remember, this is not a talk shop. So for us to get to an area where we take tangible actions, practical interventions, we must take a resolution. And therefore, anybody, I had Honorable Bagu, she registered that with all of you, that anyone can speak on this, but we need to just bring that to finality in order to satisfy the recommendation. Also, in the next subject of the rural, women in rural communities and the struggles there, when we conclude in the afternoon on that subject, we will again take resolutions on that. I noticed a hand there. Okay, that's the first hand. I want to. Obeseni statilizan. Oh, Diablen. Just help me, Ms. Fouchier, with the hands that have been identified. But yeah, all the hands will acknowledge everyone and will give the opportunities to speak. The first one must go. Who's the first one?
I'm the first one.
Please take your stand, ma'am. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, delegates and guests, it's the third Women's Parliament. And I want to say, as a resolution, we need to change the 25th of November to the beginning of 365 days on the prevention of violence against women. We should not add children to it because Children's Day is the day prior to the 25th. So we need to separate the 2 days because we will lose focus of what the day is actually about. So that's my first resolution, is the 25th of November. We need to ensure we take it to those that does the calendar events. Then my second resolution is the one that I made, I think, with the first women sitting, is that training are imperative. We've last trained the cluster in 2003. We are 16 years later, and I'm not aware that our policeman has gone through this training. So we that has done the training in 2003, we still have those manuals. And I think it is important that we get the training done, and especially for our community leaders as well. I'm a victim, not a victim. I'm a survivor of sexual violence. And I knew my rights, and I could tell the officer that I want a female to speak to. So we, today, when we leave here at 15:30, Mr. Speaker, we need to make sure we start by the calendar. I thank you.
Thank you, Madam. The next speaker.
Morning, everybody. My name is Zoleka Moon. I come from the ANC Women's League. Speaker, when your opening address mentioned that we usually have all these sessions where we speak and we speak and we speak and we speak, and there's little action. And I'm happy that the previous speaker now mentioned that today is the third Women Parliament. Ideally, it would have been great had we responded or spoke about or actually given feedback on the recommendations that were previously done, so that we know when we sit here and talk and talk and talk until we do not have voices anymore, that there will be action taken. This goes beyond and say, we know we have all these beautiful policies, legislation, national strategic plan on GBV and so on and so forth, but we would really like to see the implementation plan, monitoring and evaluation, and feedback sessions on that. I've got few recommendations that I would like to make. One, it is just enhancing what was said by the other speakers, that we need to accelerate the national development plan or strategic plan on GBV, not only accelerating the implementation, but ordinary people or ordinary women out there do not know these strategic plans. It's good big English words that don't make any sense, but we need to simplify them, we need to workshop them, and we need to go to communities so that they know what is entailed in the strategic plan. Secondly, issues of GBV are not divorced on issues of poverty. If we speak about GBV, we need to know that it starts where you stay, the human settlement. We stay in societies where it's 15 of us or 13 of us in the same place, the compound, the shacks, all these places, the zones, where your uncle, your grandfather, and the cousins stay in the same room, you sleep in the floor, which makes it easy and accessible for them to do all these things. So we need to start by making sure that you do not divorce all these things on poverty issues. When you address this, you need to know that you need to start by addressing the basics. The third one, not so long ago, 2 days ago, I attended Women's Charter that was organized by Women Parliament. It has clauses that all of them are interesting, but all of them need to be revised. One, economic empowerment. It was Article 3 of the Women's Charter on economic empowerment. As long as we do not ensure that it is done practically, it's not a policy that is on paper, that 50-50 women empowerment, but we do something about it. Because as long as women are depending on their male counterparts, this thing is not going to stop. You are not going to divorce me, you are not going to leave me because I feed you. I'm going to sleep around, you are not going to talk because I feed you, otherwise I'll hit you. And you are not going to give me sex by force because you are my wife. It translates into culture. Not so long ago, I think a month ago, there was a woman who was buried because he was killed by the husband. And the family of the husband that murdered the woman wanted to bury her solely because she's married to that man. It talks to the culture, the socialization, and the tradition, and the religion. We do know the amount of violence that Muslim women endure under their husband, solely because they said it's a religious thing. And another thing, finally, when we talk about GBV, we always say it needs to start at home. Sometimes at home we fail to do this because the parents are not educated, but at school kids listen to their teachers. Maybe we ought to include it as part of the curriculum content. It shouldn't only start at university where you do gender studies, but it must be home, it must be at school as well. It becomes part of the curriculum so that boys and girls know at an early age that there's no boy, there's no power, but it's equality and there's respect. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Madam. Let me just allow at this point the EFF spokesperson who was supposed to speak for EFF women. Where is the person? All right, please take your stand, ma'am. You have 3 minutes and it starts now.
Morning, everybody. My name is Piwaba Madokwe, and I will be representing the EFF. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Women's issue, or the conversation on women in general, is a very important conversation that we should have as society or as South Africa. And that is mainly because we know that we are told that we come from a violent past, but this violent past, which was supposed to have ended 25 years ago, some of us who are born into so-called democracy or to freedom, we are still feeling those violences, especially as young people, especially as black people, especially as women. So what that therefore means is that because the oppression or the inequalities that we find in South Africa right now, post-democracy, they are felt along racial lines, they are felt along class lines, and they are felt along gender lines. Which therefore means that if you are black, and if you are poor, and if you are female, then you are one of the most oppressed people in the society. This does not therefore mean that other people are not, but there's certain things that put you in perpetual oppression. When we speak about women, we need to understand that women are equal partners, or they are equal participants in society. Women make up 50% of the population, but when you look at the people that are making the laws, the people that are running the country, women are just a cherry on top. Usually we add you on, and this is not supposed to be the case. As young people, especially as women, we must be able to see that when we look at positions of power, we see ourselves there, and that is not the case. So there needs to be a certain point where we actually make it policy that representation of women in all strategic places must be made compulsory, which therefore means when I walk into parliament, there must be 50% of women in that parliament. When I walk into a boardroom, there must be 50%. When I walk into a university council, there must be 50%. Because how do we say as society that we see and we value women as equal partners, but when it actually comes to decision making and when it comes to representation, women are just added there so that we do not look like society like we're patriarchal. It is also important, I agree with the previous speaker when she spoke about education. Because when we speak about gender-based violence and we speak about women as the position of women in society, some people are privileged enough to know those things, but some other people are not. We may sit here and we might think that all of us are on the same page about what gender-based violence is, but that is not the case. When we speak about consent, for instance, one other person might understand and another person might not understand. So it is extremely important.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Your time is up. I gave you a bonus point, but I saw that you're not finishing. But thank you very much, ma'am. Your contribution is appreciated. Now we proceed with the resolutions. I just want to take few hands so that when we're done with those hands, we are able to sum up the resolutions. I see the hand right at the back, so you're going to be number 1. Yeah, just keep your hands up, those who want me to acknowledge them. So you number 1 at the back, 2 this side, 2, and then again 3, and then 4, and then 5, Pamguako. Yes, 6, and 7, Mam Chalele, 8, and 9, Madam. So I've got 9, 10, Mamu Pagu Force, 11 there, Madam. So I've covered everybody, is that correct? Oh, it's a point of suggestion.
They must just follow the hands that we already noted, and then we can add.
Okay. Xolo mama upagu force. Hayi baza kubetha. Kodwa ke ngizakukhusela kwelicala. Yeah, I've got 11 hands, so I'm going to say one. When I say one, you speak. But let me just help here. When we're done here, there is a pledge that we will sign. It's outside. And the way we're going to sign is it's going to be quite different from many pledges, how we sign it. And Ms. Fouchier has done a great work with the team to put that together. Now, I start with number one.
Good morning, everyone. Before I start with the resolutions, I just want to go back a little to something that Honorable Marais said, and just respond on that, because I think it's very important for where we are coming from with violence and anger and rape, and if that's okay. Honorable Marais, you say that we are becoming a violent South Africa. We are not becoming a violent South Africa. We are a violent South Africa. When the whites came to South Africa, they killed us, they raped us, they were murderers. So it's anger that is coming from a very, very long place. So the reason why it's getting worse and worse and worse, it's because it's anger that's coming from a very long time up till here. And it doesn't matter if you as whites are going to say we always want to look back, but the past have impact on the future. Drug dealers came to the Western Cape, and it was white people that brought the drugs here. So we have to look back, and then we have to ask ourselves, then we have to ask ourselves.
There is a point of order. Okay. Please take your seat, ma'am.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay. All right, order. Order. Order, honorable members. Remember, your honorable members, when we say order, we mean order. I just want to caution. I just want to caution, but also as a word of advice. The reason why I did not want political parties to lead this debate is because I didn't want this. Today's session was purely to deal with victims, survivors, but to look at empowering women and supporting the cause of justice for women. But we'll define our approach, and it's welcome. But let us not polarize the struggle of women. Also, let us not treat people as a group. If there's a criminal man, name him. But you can't say all colored people are like this, all white people are like this, all black people are like this, because all Indians are like this. It does not exist, because we are individual species, we're different. And our experiences are different, our socialization is different. So I'm simply trying to assist so that we don't fall into the trap of derailing such a very beautiful program. So now I hope you have done speaking.
No, I have not. I have my resolution still.
Okay, now
I think
you must first withdraw.
Okay, I'll withdraw.
Then you may proceed, but
Yeah.
I want to request also from the House that as we're busy with the resolutions, let us not make long speeches
No, it's
so that we are able to assist all the speakers who want to speak. Yes, ma'am, please proceed.
I withdraw, number one, and number two, I just want to say that really, if we are victims, we have to look at why we are victims. What happened? Why are we the way we are? But nevertheless, then I want to go to my tools. We have to have tools to better South Africa. We have to start from a very, very early age. early childhood development. It's fundamental if we want to become stronger as we grow up. Social workers, really, I wrote it down about social workers. And a lot of people here talked about social workers. It's important. Social workers are so important. Most of our areas, our rural areas, we have everyday problems there. That small child, they really don't have anyone to go to. It starts there. And if you get hurt, and if you are angry, that is where all the problems start. So which means if we grow up and we have social workers to talk to, people that really shows us, that they care about us, people that have respect for us, that shows us what is respect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 2. Speaker number 2. Okay, speaker number 2 is not there. Speaker number 3. You forgot your numbers, eh?
Hey, Somlom, ndizilibala njani na Somlom?
Okay.
Ndiyaxolisa. Somlom, I only have 2 resolutions to submit to the House. One resolution from the inputs that were made. I would think there's an issue on rape kits that are not available.
Rape kits, ne?
Yes, in police stations. And I believe we can resolve in this House that this Women's Parliament, under your leadership and guidance, must then engage the MEC of Safety to ensure that by the time we come back to the next Women's Parliament, an audit has been made where there are no rape kits, and those rape kits are allocated to those police stations. So it's a very specific resolution. The second one, I want to concur with one of the speakers that spoke on the economic issues. One of the biggest problems, Speaker, about gender or women-related issues, predominantly they are made a social issue. And when we engage on the issue of women empowerment, it's always the extent to which, you know, we can provide social net, social safety and all of that, which is okay. But at the essence of the problems of women equality is their ability to participate in the economy so that on their own, they can be able to liberate themselves. They're not gonna be liberated by parliament, they're not gonna be liberated by a president, a minister, or a pastor in a church, but themselves. Now, my resolution in this regard, Chair, and actually the recent report indicates, even here in our province, the highest income inequality is here in this province, where the rich are super rich, the poor are super poor. So I'm saying, in that regard, I'm saying this Women Parliament must then develop an economic response to GBV that then understands where geographically are these areas where we've got serious levels of gender-based violence. We know majority of them. Cape Flats, we know, is in the top 10 as a meta capital. But we need to have an economic response. What economic programs are there? How many women are enabled to do their businesses and all other things? Next year, Chairperson, when we do a Women's Parliament, part of the report, as one member was saying, must to report on that economic response and programs that are being undertaken, led by this Parliament. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Yes, ma'am. Then this is number 4. Just remember your numbers. I could see that you have forgotten your numbers, but that's number 3.
Okay, my name is Nondutuzelo Ntwana Goniwe. I'm a sexual assault forensic nurse examiner working at Victoria. I wouldn't like to repeat all what have been said, but as a forensic examiner, I do the same job as a doctor. Our cry is, as a lady next to me, we have a problem of children not being heard. you're done with your examination and everything, you must now look for a place for a child. My resolution in that part, I would really need the alleged perpetrator to get out of the home, not the child. That is our plea. Secondly, I'm summarizing. When we are in court as a state witness to the cases that we are seeing, there is a very easy approach of changing the statement of the alleged perpetrator and is accepted in courts. I would like the parliament to get out of the box, to be involved in courts. At first, the alleged perpetrator would say, I didn't do anything, I wasn't there. But when the evidence is positive, the same person would say it was consensual. It is a pain for us as we are consulting and seeing the wounds of the alleged raped victims, and especially with children. And domestic violence. You know, people would say, what was she doing? What was, you know, that made this person to do the act of, you know, crime. But what are you saying about a 4-year-old, 5-year-old child, that when you examine, you are in that room and you've got to get out to excuse yourself very nicely to this person, say, I'm coming back quickly, there's something that I forgot. Meanwhile, there's nothing that you've forgotten, but you want to go outside to compose yourself. We need laws to change. We really need laws to change. And the laws that are there for children and for the survivors or victims of these crimes, we really need them to change. We need fair and equal rights to everybody, not when it's my child that is the perpetrator, it will be treated that way. But for when it's somebody else's child that have done something, it's the other way around. We need equal treatment of women and children. And the fact that women are exposed to these things, the alleged perpetrator, the first thing that he's told is that before you say anything, we need to organize a lawyer for you. You cannot say anything. But if a person is reporting rape or domestic violence case, there is nothing like that. There is no explanation of any rights of the person. And the people that we're dealing with, at first, before you do anything, you've got to explain to a person, as a forensic nurse or as a doctor, you've got to explain that, you know, this means that means that, but everybody else from the police, they don't explain the rights of the person. People are giving statements that are going to backfire for them in the way forward because they didn't know what's right, what's wrong. So we need really the laws to change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. No. Remember, we keep your number. So I'm coming this side, that's number 4. And then we'll proceed. Just remember your number. I'm not going to remember all your numbers, but after Sisndutu, I came to this side so that everyone can speak. Number 4.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I'm Vanauli on behalf of the Democratic Alliance Women's Network, and my response or recommendation or resolution is with regards to programs pertaining to gender-based violence. My take on is that government or parliament as such should have a multi-sectorial approach with regards to rolling out programs pertaining to gender-based violence in aligning resources so that no communities, in particular the rural communities, are left behind and that it gets extended to those most vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Number 5. Okay. I thought it's fine. If you can't remember, I will take whoever stands. Number 5. Then I will come to Mamutselele, number 6. Let's proceed with Mama this side.
Thank you, Honorable. My recommendations for the House are 3. 1 is to fast track what Honorable, here I can't remember his name, said earlier on, that the assessment of how survivors of gender-based violence are treated in police stations must be done before International Women's Day next year. We need to have, even if it's a draft report, that we need to have. The assessment of who sits in the boards of the Tutuzela centers. If rape survivors are not part of those boards, then they need to be nullified and started afresh. The salaries of social workers, we need to look at them in an urgent form. That should be part of these resolutions. And then we need to have, before coming back on the 25th of November or whenever the 16 days are starting, we need to have a mid-year women's parliament that will evaluate how far are we with the resolutions that we are taking today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Number 6.
Thank you, Speaker. Most of the speakers has covered me on the issue of equal treatment to the victims, especially to our poor people. And also, we want the monitoring of the cases that took time in the courts, because even now there are still cases of 2017. My daughter was raped, is still attending the court, but the court is not yet finalized. So please, the monitoring of the cases must take on.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Those are the court watching briefs. Thank you very much, ma'am. Tlagas, Manier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity giving us to speak about the rights of women. Women are still the most vulnerable group in our society. And I'm very proud to say that, you know, it's not only women that fight for the rights of women, but also men. And sometimes the men are not being recognized. And they only be known as perpetrators. But there is good men out there that does make a difference. And I think maybe we must change our approach to say to those men that do not abuse women and children, to influence other men to do the same as them. And I think that must be, we need to change our approach so that men that do not abuse women and children influence those that do that. Because people that abuse women and children are men. They are the majority. And I think we need to have a mindset change. How do we end violence against women? We need to influence those men that do that to stop doing that. So I didn't introduce myself. My name is Ivan Korkia. I'm from an organization called Victim Support South Africa. We work with shelters. Our shelters in Caledon. We have an Honorable Seleku, also there from Caledon. An honor to have him here. We have a shelter in Caledon where we accommodate people for a short term. My resolution will be that shelters must be a priority in the province. And then with the shelters, must there also be, there must be more investment in shelters, because shelters plays a major role. 3 weeks back, a black lady with the name Apiwe was killed cold-blooded, coming from work. 7:15 in the morning in Grabo, shot, 2 shots in the head. You didn't hear about that in any paper. And that is my concern, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes it is certain events that get the headlines. Apiwe, coming from work, left 2 children behind, was shot cold-blooded, 7:15 in the morning, coming from night shift, working at a garage. These kinds of murders, these kinds of violence, we don't know. I don't know, maybe it's because she's just a normal worker. And these things need to be stopped, and we need to work harder. And I know your government is working under tremendous pressure, and I want to recognize for those things that you are doing. It's not you don't do anything. I think you can improve on what you're doing in the circumstances that you work. But my resolution is shelters in the province need to be improved and need to be put as a priority. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, number 8.
Thank you, Speaker. I just also want to follow on from Mr. Ivan Korki. As a manager of a shelter for the past decade, I want to also follow on from that in terms of the inputs that were made this morning. The 1.6 billion that was allocated needs to be fast-tracked, simply because shelters are in crisis. And the Commission on Gender Equality in June 2019 released their investigative report, and it actually confirms that shelters are grossly underfunded. And so they're in crisis where they deliver the direct services. And as I stand here, we have to pay salaries on the 25th. I know that I'm not going to be able to get my salary because we first look after staff. And so those are the realities. And then the other input that was made was around the justice system. And I think that the justice system needs a complete overhaul in terms of when we look at women coming into a shelter and we have to assist them with a protection order. The challenges that we face with that, because if you go to a court in Cape Town versus a court in Bredasdorp or a court in Wynberg, the issuing of that protection order is completely different. We, as the shelter staff, have to physically drive to a police station where the perpetrator lives. I've just come back from the World Conference in Taiwan a week ago, and I was privileged to go into the courtroom of the district of Kaohsiung. And I was fascinated at the social affairs department where they actually had, we talk about the multi-sectoral approach. They had a policeman at the desk. There were different people sitting from the different departments. Courts, representative was there, the Department of Health was there, Home Affairs was there, NGOs were there, and so you walk in and it's a one-stop shop and it works. And so I come back and I look at, wow, we've got so much to do when it comes to protecting survivors of gender-based violence. The other thing also, which I didn't hear today, was around the perpetrator and the programs for perpetrators, because I'm of the opinion that when violence happens in the home, we are very quick to move the mother with the children into a shelter. Nothing happens to the perpetrator. He goes in the community and has another relationship. Tomorrow, another shelter sees that woman again. Yesterday, we had, with my colleagues, we had a shelter managers meeting, and in there we were sitting and looking at who can take care of a family with 7 children, with children over 12. We don't have the facilities, we don't have the space. And I come here and I look at, is this our job? What is our government doing? Then I also want to link to the triple challenge that was mentioned here
You need
today.
to wrap up, ma'am. I've got a number of speakers.
Okay. Just the last point was on this, the triple challenge, which actually poverty, unemployment, and inequality, that leads to substance abuse, and that leads to intimate partner violence as well. And in terms of our justice system and the criminal system, we need to look at that as well.
Thank you very
so
much.
much.
Thank you. Number 8 is.
Thank you very much. The name is Tabisile.
I've just got 3 resolutions that I would like to add. I think perhaps as a house, we should actually look at an approach whereby we have a standard turnaround time response on all gender-based cases across the board, all government entities. And then I would also second all the speakers. It's nice to live in a country whereby you're led by various political parties. All the acts that were identified that need to be amended, I think that process needs to be initiated. And I would also like to emphasize the desk office in a municipality, and not just the desk office, to ensure that it also has sufficient funding to be able to do all programs that they have to do, priority being gender-based violence. And another one would be gender equality. And when I say gender equality, I see around the house, as a young lady, I understand I also fall part as a woman, but we also need to be placed as young people, as young women in strategic positions, because we believe we can. So gender equality, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Number 9.
Mr. Speaker, I am Latifa Erasmus. I'm from Mitchell's Plain Network Opposing Abuse. I just want to say that we need to recognize the big role that substances is playing in violence, because substances is being introduced at school level, primary school. Most of the schools, the children use substances. They lose interest in school, and they are the early school leavers. You'll find after our court, you'll find all these children as young as 9 appearing for violence and for drug abuse. And you find also teenage pregnancies, and they are the future parents that you find. They don't have education, they cannot find work, so they need to educate their children. They cannot educate you, so you'll find power and struggles, and you'll find violence. And I just wanted to say that we need to recognize a big role that is playing.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Number 10. Okay. Oh, please rise. Okay. I've got 2 more left. No. I chair meetings, you know. When we started off, sorry ma'am, please take your seat. I will recognize you now. We've got to continue with our program, unfortunately. So I'm going to stick to the speakers that I have. Remember, we have the afternoon. So don't feel bad if you don't speak now, because when we come back, we will recognize all of the speakers who must proceed. So we've got a program. We must also sign the pledges. We must also go and eat something. So I'm standing between you and the next meal now. I don't want to do that. I hope you forgive me. Ma'am?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker and members of the House, all honourable members. I just want to say Section 152A of the Constitution is quite clear that government should create an enabling environment that is economic and social development. Then, when you assess, I would like to alert to the Honourable Heron, is that, to create a safe environment, because the environment plays a very crucial role in, obviously, om dit te verhoed, the sexual violence that are perpetrated against women, children, men, whatever. And then secondly, the justice system, maybe we should look into a judicial system or a jury where people of influence are present when it comes to these types of cases, because it's quite also a complex issue, because people can actually go to jail for not doing it. So we must look at it in all the different aspects of the matter. And then lastly, to empower boys programs. Boys, I've got 3 boys. They are very disciplined. They respect women and stuff like that. But it comes to how do we also empower the moms at home, because also there's a lack of that, so social development should also maybe redirect their programs there. And then maybe lastly, to identify an area as a pilot project where we will then be able to implement the resolution, or what the President has said, is that then we see for a year what the impact is. We use an example as perhaps Bredasdorp or Belha, and then we are starting to work, because now we can see and then identify all the stakeholders to be part of that like one of the honorable speakers has alluded to be part of that team, and then we'll see the results and we can come back next year and say, we've done this pilot project and it's worked, and that's the approach that we should take as the collective.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. Ma'am, on the other side with the orange jacket there, and then this side, the last person is coming from this side. Okay, I'll go for another, is it orange? Yeah, but then that will be the last for this session. And then we'll finalize and go sign a pledge and come back after lunch. Ma'am, your platform.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Margaret Fortune. I'm from the Margaret Hilda Foundation. What I do is I hand out sanitary towels to young girls in schools and deodorant roll-on to boys. But my problem is not the girls that need to be educated, it's the boys. There needs to be more boy programs implemented in schools. I work in the Delft and the Athlone community, and I think why I say boys is because when we speak about sex, girls know what they need to do when we do discuss sex. But when we mention sex in front of boys, they become, it's actually a thing of let's laugh, or they don't know what to do, or they just like, no, but we want to try it. Kids are trying to do these things after school. There's nobody to take care of them. Mothers need to go and work. So I think what needs to be implemented by government is actually mobile buses that can go around in the communities. Like we have the public library buses that go in the afternoon. We actually need public mobile buses to go around in the communities and actually educate these kids in the afternoon, have programs available. We can't just say, okay, they can do sports, but we actually need to provide educational programs to these kids, because kids are going home and experimenting these things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, Honourable Chair. I think as a community, we would appreciate for the law and legislation to be aligned to where we are today. Parliament should have an oversight of what is happening on the ground and work closer together with the people on grassroots level. We work very close with Rape Crisis, and it was so scary when we had a workshop recently that girls at the age of 12 are free to have sex with anybody at any age. It is up to them to lay a charge if they are older than 17, and I think that was quite scary. The fact that bestiality is on the increase within the townships, that was very scary for me as a mother, because apparently in Hanover Park, Manenberg, and now coming to Bontjewel, that our children are having sex with animals. So these are valid things that we need to discuss. Please, for us, I'm crying in my heart because we are raising our grandchildren. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Yeah. I just want to request now that we have heard what has been said. So the administration, in the meantime, they will sanitize some of the resolutions, talk to one another. We agree on that. But some of them are distinct. So they will be busy now trying to collate them so that by the end of the day, we agree that these are the resolutions that we take moving forward. But also resolutions must talk to the mandates that which this parliament can do something about as a provincial parliament. But there is a procedure that we follow, and that is what we're going to make sure that we don't flout any of those procedures as a parliament, as an institution, so that we're able to respond as we are gracefully asked by this august gathering. On that note, we are now going to sign the pledge outside. I would like Ms. Fouchier to just briefly say how we're going to move out here and do that. Ms. Fouchier?
Thank you very much, Speaker. If we could all rise for the Speaker to leave. The Speaker is going to walk through on that side. He's going to be the first person as the presiding officer of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. He would be the first person to make the pledge, and then people can just start to move through past. There are employees there that will assist you, but if we could rise for the speaker to leave, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Kosa. Eweke sana nonono ba. The what what. Sekehesa timata katea. That's this thing in right name of Jesus. Right name? Okay. He's like a medem. Yeah. Okay.
Try ba ungabhaqwa.
Order. Welcome and thank you for your cooperation. I have noticed that there are some empty chairs. Are we still eating? All right. But thank you very much. We will now proceed with session 2, which mainly focuses on challenges facing women in rural areas. Before we proceed, I just want to check whether everyone has signed the pledge outside. Have we all signed the pledge? Yes. So you left your hand, and that I think was quite, for me, an experience, also a very emotional exercise. Thank you very much for that. I now recognize Honorable Philander. You have 3 minutes. Your time starts now, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Achtbare uitgelezen gasten. And the idea is not to tell women what their challenges are, because women know exactly what the challenges are. And I think we are here today to address those challenges. Waar kom jy vandaan en wie is ek? En wie is jy? Wat maak van jou 'n beter mens? En ek is 'n vrou, ongeag my herkoms. Hoekom moet ek voel asof ek nie behoort? Hoekom diskrimineer jy? Wat laat jou dink ek is minder as 'n vrou? Wat laat jou dink ek is 'n minder mens? Speaker, I am afraid we have for too long ignored and undermined the potential of all women, especially rural women. Even though those not directly linked to agriculture, but all those who are excluded from the urban space. Die persepsie bestaan dat ons goed is om op die drywerlorry te klim, dat ons dom is, dat ons vroeg swanger word, dat ons alkoholiste is, en dat ons goed genoeg is om in die kombuis te werk. En niks kan verder wees as die waarheid nie. Speaker, today I would like to see us challenge the idea that in order to be a successful woman, one has to become an urbanite. In particular, I also want to reimagine what we under as integration of the female in the society that we live in. That as a society of women, we very often pull each other down, encouraged by men, manipulating women, and mobilizing women against women. Women losing their worth and value dependent on the approval of a man. A man can make you and he can break you. Speaker, die siel van die plattelandse vroue is op die spel. Die siel van 'n nasie wat nie hoef agter te bly en gemeenskappe wat nie hoef te ly as gevolg van waar hulle gebore is en waar hulle woon nie. The separation of rural areas and towns created artificial political and administrative boundaries which can otherwise be functionally integrated. Unfortunately, these boundaries have denied many economic opportunities and benefits, which has been the backbone. Since women are in the majority in these particular areas, they have been denied the most. I would thus like us to see as to come together to constructively deliberate better policies for much needed address in these areas. A UCT study showed that 29.7% of urban women are unemployed, while an astonishing 44.2% of rural women are unemployed. And how fair is that? How equal is that? Ons moet die gaping toemaak en riglyne en wetgewing in plek stel om te verseker dat gelyke geleenthede bestaan vir alle vroue as ons ernstig is oor transformasie in ons gemeenskappe. To achieve, we need to hear the voices of women themselves. Alle vroue se stemme in terme van werkskepingsgeleenthede wat daar volgens ekonomiese bemagtiging as ook entrepreneurskap, opleiding en ondersteuning.
Baie dankie mevrou.
In conclusion, Speaker, let us today as women, all women embrace the words of the late Helen Suzman when she said, I stand for simple justice, equal opportunity and human rights, the indispensable elements in a democratic society.
Thank you, please take your seat.
I thank you. Baie dankie.
Thank you. You are 27 seconds above. I tried, Honorable Marie, to really rain on this on the honorable member, but she defeated me in the last minute. So I'm going to request that when I say you must wrap up, you wrap up, so that the time does not beat you. Thank you very much, Honorable Philander. Remember, you'll be sitting here after me, so you must just help me. The next speaker is Honorable Makamba Boja. Mangu.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable members, I once again greet you all and people at the gallery. The challenges facing women in rural areas, unemployment is one of the major issues. It remains a major challenge affecting women in rural areas, and this is due to the undeveloped of these areas, with the scarcity of any really economic opportunities and employment difficult to find. Most rural women depend on the wages received by their spouses or partners. Those who are classified as being lucky enough are often employed in farms as seasonal farm laborers, and even there, they are paid less than their male counterparts whilst doing the very same job. As farm laborers, these rural women often live in fear and insecurity because of paternalistic relationships with landowners who are often racist and violent. They continue to deny burial rights of farm workers, with the consequences that they remain landless in life and landless when dead. The Mail and Guardian reported that the unemployment rate for women is very high than of men. Black women are the most vulnerable, sitting at 34.2%, followed by colored women, sitting at 23.5%. One of the challenges that is facing women in rural areas is the abuse as a result of dependence. Women in rural areas, they are prone to abuse as a result of dependence. This financial overdependence of women on their partners, and sometimes close to male relatives, place them in a vulnerable position, which often leads to domestic violence, incest, rape, and abuse. Moreover, another challenge is that most of these women do not report these criminal incidents due to the fact that they want to maintain their financial support. And the third one is the alcohol abuse. That's the other challenge that is faced by women in rural areas. Due to hardships that rural women have to go through and the trauma they experience on a daily basis, many find solace in substance and alcohol abuse. Although sad and shocking, it is therefore not surprising that rural Western Cape record high levels of children born with what is known as fetal alcohol syndrome as a result of women drinking excessive alcohol during pregnancy. The other thing that is actually another challenge is the education and support. These women actually lack education and support. The results of all these factors combined is that over time, women and girl children are deprived of education, and this perpetuates their dependence on their male counterparts, who later are able to acquire jobs elsewhere due to their better level of education. The task of providing education and support to women victims of violence abuse is often left to the hands of the NGOs, and government mostly plays minimal role to these cases. Women in rural areas also facing health issues. Rural areas are mostly scattered, and oftentimes health facilities are very far away from rural communities. This often affects women in a negative way when having to deal with issues such as pregnancy and prenatal and getting HIV treatment. And also the last one is the issue of land. Women do not have access to land. They don't have rights to land. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makamba Boja. To the delegates, the two honorable members, both Honorable Philander and Honorable Makamba Boja, gave us a framework of the issue, which is the subject at hand, and that is dealing with challenges facing women in rural areas. So that is the topic number 2. Remember, the other one in the morning was gender-based violence and femicide. Now, the speakers from the non-governmental organizations, which is civil society organizations, yourselves, honorable members, as delegates, you are now given the platform. The first one is Honorable P. MacDonald. 5 minutes, the time starts now.
Honourable Speaker, members and delegates, thank you. I agree with every fact that was mentioned here in terms of rural women. After 12 years behind me, being exposed to all the horrors and pain and challenges brought about by that, I would like to look at possible solutions and not focus on the trauma and the challenges. First of all, I have an ECD with 166 children, of whom 140 have single unemployed mothers, of which 134 are youth. The next fact is, last year on Women's Day, we asked the international facilitator on community dialogue, Janelle Nodi, to come to us and discuss the issues around school dropout. It started off with issues around education, but in the end we had the 60-odd women that were there, all crying their hearts out because they grew up without fathers. And all the various dimensions that came out that day, there were women in their 60s who were crying their hearts out because they grew up without a father and telling the story how it affected their life. The third thing I want to tell you is that Professor Rudolf Zinn from UNISA did a study in the prisons of men under the age of 25 to find out why were they in prison. And there were two common denominators. The one was they did not go beyond primary school education, and the other one was they grew up without a father. And I myself had for 6 years worked with boys, that's the FONGNET project, between the age of 15 and 20. And we were talking, there were talks that you have to put more in educating boys to respect women. Teenage is way too late. You cannot teach them anything new after 10 years old, not in the rural communities. I want to suggest two things. First of all, that there must be legislation that a man who has fathered a child will take responsibility, that he will be legally forced to assume fatherhood after a blood test, and that he will be forced by law to take up his responsibility. It must be the end that a man just sleeps around. We have children with a single mother where the father has children with 4 or 5 other women. It must become a time when men will know you can't just pull up your pants and walk away. One of the things is that these women that grew up fatherless, to them, they are so hungry for love. And often they have mothers that grew up without fathers and grandmothers who grew up with fathers. It's a generational thing, that they crave for love. So they often fall for the first man who pretends to love them, but he just abuses them. These young men that I worked with, the way they spoke, they see a woman just as a sex object to abuse her. And there has to become legislation in that. And then another thing, we have to bring back the authority to the house, to the family. Not that there's so much of a family, because statistics show us that 2/3 of this country's children grow up in single households. So all over it seems to be that fathers just don't exist. But still, there has to be some structure that the child, the preschool stage, is where the entire foundation of a child's future life is laid down. in terms of his social behavior, his moral standards, his everything. So there must be, if we want to change this around, we have to start with programs in preschool facilities. Because it's too late to try and work with arrogant teenagers. That is all I have to say. And I would like to, I don't think we want to forever try and battle with the results of everything that went wrong. I mean, we found out medication against HIV/AIDS, so we can find out medication against this absolute disease also. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable MacDonald. Baie dankie. I now recognize Honorable D. Kivitz.
Good afternoon, dear Speaker, honorable members, all delegates, observers, all protocol observed. Today I stand as a representative of all girl children, school dropouts, teenage mothers, single mothers, and every woman that felt that they want to give up. For every girl child who has to look after her siblings while a mother has to work 2 jobs and make ends meet. For someone who wanted to commit suicide or escape reality by indulging in substance abuse. For that mother whose loved one or partner left her with all the children to raise all by her own. I'm standing here today to say it's not over. Where there is breath, there is hope. It is indeed a privilege, and as extended education practitioner and game changer at Change Agent South Africa, to speak to the House on behalf of the rural women, especially the girl child. A few questions to the House. What would you do? And now I need to go into details. You didn't want to mention details. I need to go into details because we have to do that. What would you do when the teacher brings a 9-year-old child to your office where the girl child says that the visits her at night and afterwards she feels hojas between her legs? You take the case up with the social worker. The social worker only attends 3 days after to the case. Up until now, the girl child is still in the same vicinity as the perpetrator. What do you do when 2 girl children are being removed from their mother because of neglect and abuse, but 2 weeks after is given back to the grandmother in the same, living with the grandmother on the same premises? What do you do when a girl is raped? She fades away, and now because of a lack of thorough interventions, support, further assistance and care, engage in transactional sex, slowly losing a grip on life, engaging in substance abuse. Everyone, the House, please, it happens in the rural communities. What do you do when a beautiful teenager acts out because of childhood trauma and experiences not dealt with? She now tries to fit in but cannot cope in class. She finds a sense of belonging in worldly pleasures. What do you do when a mother sitting across you crying for a child sold all her belongings whilst at work, or the mother feeling helpless, begging for help for her addicted child? The waiting list for entrance into a rehab is just too long. What about the mother requesting help with a child at school, an angel, at home, a devil, who for no obvious reasons throws stones at the windows, jumping from the rooftops, and was admitted to hospital quite a few times? Western Cape Women's Parliament, this is just some of the challenges our women face on a daily basis in our rural towns and on the farms. All of the above is real cases, real incidents that came to our attention, and still it's the woman that has to be there. Over the past few years, 4,484 serious crimes were reported in rural Montague, and those were only reported crimes, a community where everyone is family or connected to one another, one way or the other. How do our children deal with these ills committed within our community? How do they cope with trauma, secondary trauma, or mental health issues flowing from that? What trauma support, mental health interventions, or assistance do we give in the vicious cycle of criminality? Isn't that some of the reasons our girls rather live on the streets than go home, adding to the figure of homeless people, and we don't even have a homeless shelter? Isn't that just adding to the statistics where only a certain percentage of learners who enter grade 1 finish grade 12? Isn't that just some of the reasons our girl children fall through the cracks of our system? Teenage pregnancies on the farms are rising. Few or non-parent programs are being given to the teen mums. Learners on farms will have to lose a whole school day to visit the clinic or to get their depot, not to mention when they have their monthly period and do not have sanitary towels. In addressing some of these issues, Change Agent South Africa implemented programs like the Chill Room, Precious Pearls, Leading Ladies, and Bridge Buddies. These programs focus primarily on enhancing social and emotional intelligence skills within the girl child. We need more hands, more practitioners, but unfortunately, without sustainable funding, programs can only be implemented at one school. Now, what about the broader population?
You need to wrap up. Thank you.
Okay. The last thing I just want to say is, sorry, no, sorry.
Thank you.
I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kivitz. I now recognize Honorable L. Jumath.
Good afternoon, Honourable Speaker and all those in the House. It's such a privilege to be here. I'm representing Genadendal, and I bring you greetings from all the people in Genadendal. And if you don't know where Genadendal is, I brought a little map with so that you can see that we are alive. My thanks and appreciation for being able to participate today and to represent the rural women on behalf of Genadendal Legal Info Desk, which is the development project in the village. I worked in Genadendal with my husband in the Moravian Church from 1988 to 2009, and eventually became part of the people living there. Do you know that little play that they call The People? They are living there. The Moravians have track record for developing communities in rural areas and started schools, preschools, and teaching people various trades. All the firsts in the Western Cape for our indigenous people. This motivated our dear father of the nation, the late Nelson Mandela, to name his Cape Town home Genadendal. Working at the NPO GLIT, which I started with 2 other ladies in 2003, this is just a success story that women can do something, in brackets, without the help of Parliament. No money, and a small dilapidated house, and requests from women to come over and be the voice they needed motivated me to challenge this mountain. Genadendal Legal Info Desk is an office whose primary goal is to protect the human rights of people in the village and surrounding farms, etc. They're to educate women and to provide employment. Many organizations come out to the rural areas to do some research work. They earn thousands, but they always leave the community poorer than when they started. No jobs, just their knowledge. We also work on procuring funds to develop the community. Now, this journey has had and has many stops. Money and the lack thereof is still a daily struggle. But this huge obstacle did not stop us. We believe that perseverance leads to success. Prayers and more prayers kept us going. We can proudly mention that at one time we provided jobs for 62 home-based carers. For this short space of time, I want to use the Odelina Center project as my term of reference. Oudalene is known like the Khoisan woman who stayed behind when missionaries left, had to leave because they were not welcome anymore in South Africa, and she kept the community going for 48 years. Her legacy we want to keep alive because she showed us that women can do it. It remains a dream for an ECD for 0 to 3 years old. Well, if you can dream it, you might one day achieve it. This is such a great need, and help or assistance in the Women's Project is still a dire need. Needless to say, how many departments we have approached for money and just get the answer every time. We don't support structures, we only support programs. All we need is one, assistance of rural development to provide us with getting the property on our name, the title deed, and finances. Well, the challenge. Apart from seasonal work on the surrounding fruit farms, Genadendal's economy is mostly dominated by development projects and small-scale agriculture production. Genadendal is as impoverished as many other colored villages of the Overberg district, if not one of the poorest. The population, about 8,000, comprises mainly of pensioners and children with very few taxpayers to fund their needs. On this already unsustainable community, a RDP housing scheme was started in 2005. The development is separated from the center of the village and succeeded in creating a ghetto.
Wrap up, madam.
Sorry.
Your time is nearing. It's almost
Yeah.
up.
There's very limited industry in business in the area. Today, shops are rented for foreigners. People are dependent on their rich neighbors from Creighton and tolerate menial work and salaries to put bread on the table. Much of the economic activity of the village...
Thank you very much, ma'am. Your time is up.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Honorable L. Spandel.
Good afternoon, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members. Challenges facing women in rural areas. Cultural norms, broken homes, equity laws, basic access to public services like health services, education, transport, social protection, and unemployment due to cultural norms in our rural areas, and availability to resources and awareness. And I firmly believe that we don't only need to empower women in rural areas without educating our men and our boy children. And it should start as soon as they enter the ECDs, because the awareness must start there, because then boy children will learn how to respect and honor women. And this is why I say cultural norms, because many times in rural areas, it's very male-dominated. The females must stay at home to do all the home stuff, and they don't have an income of their own, so they're dependent on the men. And they're not really exposed to all the opportunities out there. And with empowering women in rural areas, I firmly believe we need to educate our men. We can't wait for men to become a number in the justice system and have government only have rehabilitation programs in jail. Then it's too late, because most of the men, when they come out of jail, they're not even fully rehabilitated. They just go and do the same crime over and over and over again. And why I also say we need to educate our men in the rural areas specifically. I have this one instance. I'm a web volunteer at our local police station. So most of our clients is women, and they are exposed to domestic violence. So a week ago, I had a client. She owns an ECD center, and her husband can't handle the fact that she is not dependent of him. She's independent, and he's working for a salary that's a very little and lower income of what she has. So what he did? He went to the ECD, he wants to set it alight. He wants to burn it down because now then she must be dependent of him. That's what happened in our rural areas, where I stay in the Overberg. So I firmly believe we need to start with our young children as soon as they enter the ECD centers and that they become real men and know that we in a modern society, I can't really say that we must away with cultural norms because for many people it's a very firm belief. But that's all I have to say on that we can't only empower women without educating our men and wait until they fall into the justice system and they're not properly rehabilitated. And thank you to the Honourable Speaker, who's also my constituency head in the Overberg. And thank you for the opportunity to meet all these wonderful ladies and also hear the challenges they have to face in a modern and in urban area. Because many of us, NPOs, NGOs, we so dependent on social development grants, and it's not really, it doesn't provide so that we can address the need in our communities. And I would like to challenge this parliament, to challenge the government, to say that 1.6 billion was there, it was provided, and not only for gender-based violence, but also to empower NGOs, NPOs, who are faced daily with challenges, and we're not even in rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Spandil, and we appreciate your contribution. I now recognize Honorable K. Valentine.
Evening, Honorable Speaker and all the delegates. My name is Katrina Valentine from the Central Karoo, and I'm presenting Born Star Empire. We at Born Star focus on children through arts, drama, dance, poetry, and entertainment, and work integrated with various stakeholders. We focus on developing them and installing back morals in them to establish a healthy community and eliminating social ills by having after-school workshops with them to build strong families and communities and a strong next generation. In these workshops, we find and hear what children have to make through. At a very young age, they are victims of rape, abuse, alcohol abuse, and become school dropouts, and become drug abusers to ease and silence their pains. And now I'm talking about girls and boys, because no one addressed the fact that boys are also being raped. They also have to deal with their pain. They also have to become men. And what happened to them is it becomes a ripple effect in our communities. These ills are even present at our primary schools, where we worked after school with children who act out in class just to find that they are victims of rape. And in one of the schools, we have a young girl of 14 years old who were raped by a boy at the same school. And she has to still face that boy every day at school, which is not fair unto that girl. She's traumatized and she has to face her perpetrator every day. Our challenges are that these rape cases take too long, and the victims have to face perpetrators while they are out on bail, and they interfere with these cases. En waar ons vind dat sake word teruggetrek wanneer word vir hulle geld aangebied, veral wanneer dit 'n groot man is wat 'n jong meisie rape en dit gaan moeilik in sommige omstandighede in sommige huise. So dan word daar geld aangebied en omdat daar niks aangaan in die huisie, aanvaar die ouers die geld en vra die kinders om die sake terug te trek. The FCS facilitators in our region and town are mostly men, and it's difficult for girls to talk with men about rape. And we need more women facilitators who can speak the language of our victims. There's a saying that says, it takes a village to raise a child. And I also want to emphasize Proverbs 22, verse 6, that says, train a child in the way he should go. And when he's old, he will not depart from it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Valentine. I just like it. I'm not sure whether I'm alone in this when a person says I'm from this community, because we have so many communities. In fact, each and every community in the province is here today. Yes. So that makes me so overwhelmed when people mention where they come from. Aspire more. Aspire more. Now I recognize Honorable T. Murray.
Achtbare speaker, delegaten, gasten, protocol observed.
Great.
Ek is Tina Marie van Maritzburg. By Maritzburg Premier kom daar van Dr. Andrew Marie af. Daar waar hy nou opgehou, daar gaan ek nou verder. Maritzburg is 'n baie klein dorpie aan die verste kant van die Weskaap. Maar die Weskaap het gefaal om vir Maritzburg te erken. Ek het so 8-9 punte hieroor gaan praat. Ek het nog nie uitgebrei nie, ek het net die topics, want ek gaan nooit my siel uitpraat. Ek verteenwoordig vir Isibindi. Isibindi het 2014 in plek gekom in Maritzburg. Toe val hy plat 2017. En hulle afwesigheid kon bespier word, aangesien ek werk by die skool as admin-klerk. Daar dagelijks van graad R tot 7 kinders dagelijks afwesig en is oor die 50, makkelijk na 100 toe. En ons is 'n totaal van 1300 kinders. Die CEO betrokke was in 'n ongeluk, hy gaan toe nou dood, het nie bygekom nie. 2 van die inwoners gryp toe die projek, is die 3 maande nie, toe val hy plat. En ek begin navraag doen hier in Maart, April. En ek begin engage met DSD in Kaapstad. Soos my fellow colleague gesê het, ek volg nie protokol nie, karre ry op grond, ek gaan bodeer. Deur die lug en ek engage met Kaapstad, nie Beaufort, Kaapstad toe nie. Die 3 Junie kom Social Development Maritzburg toe op kort kennisgewing. Ek vra nie, ek beopdrag. En ons gaan aan die gesels. Ek vra, wanneer kan Isibindi weer reinstate word? Hulle sê so gou as Julie maand. En government tel nie 'n projek op wat platgeval het maklik nie. Want daar is geld betrokke, daar is korrupsie betrokke en 1, 2, 3. And by the grace of God, in October, the application was approved. The induction will take place next Thursday, the 28th, and the people have started on the 2nd of December. It is the 3rd trimester of the financial year, en dit wil gedoen wees. DSD kon maklik gesê het, ons begin April volgende jaar 2020. Dan nepotisme is aan die orde van die dag. Mense word op die gesig gekyk vir werk. Bestuurders in leiersposisies sorg vir hulle families. Ek het 'n geraas gemaak by die munisipaliteit. 5 mense was geïdentifiseer om 'n kursus in public transport te doen. Wie betaal nogal die munisipaliteit? En ek maak 'n geraas, toe sê ek, dit gaan nooit gebeur solank my oogies blink en ek asemhaal. Die proses is gestop, want is 'n raadslid, 'n bestuurder by die munisipaliteit Maar almal betrokke van die 5 kinders se familie werk by die munisipaliteit. Dit was nie oopgegooi vir die gemeenskap nie. Maritzburg is die armste van die armstes. Want as die werksgeleenthede, sosio-ekonomiese omstandighede so erg, daar is die groot winkels die ons moet of Gravery toe, of Beaufort toe jy nou wil shopping loop doen. En ek kan nou nie die Bangladeshis onderhou nie. Ek onderhou ook nog minder vir Gravery want ek verdien my geld in die Weskaap. Ek ry eerder 160 kilos om my geld te spandeer in die Weskaap, want ek kan nie die Ooskaap uplift met die Weskaapse geld nie. Dan, ek is self 'n victim van manne wat die vrouens in die werksplek wil erken nie. Ek werk vir 28 jaar, maar die huidige prinsipaal is nou 5 jaar aan bewind. En vir 5 jaar het ek my battle gefight sonder 'n union rep. En vir 5 jaar staan ek nog hier waar ek staan. Hy was 'n educator, hy was HOD adjunct, toe word hy prinsipaal, toe is ek maar nog net admin. Maar ek was toen nog 'n bedreiging vir hom, maar it's again by the grace of God dat ek nog steeds staande bly. En so 'n speel vir ander mense. Dan human rights. Kids are not aware of their responsibility towards their rights. They forget that they must be accountable for their actions. En
kan ek vra dat u net conclude asseblief?
So Dan is het social development, old age homes en safe parks, Marjorie, daar is so baie. Ek het 'n brief gerig aan die parlement 'n maand 6 September, Oktober, toe hulle blitsbesoek kom doen. And wherever I enter my feed, there's a shifting. Ek maak my nie, and I don't settle for less.
Agbare Marie. Agbare Marie. Ek sê vir baie dankie. Yeah. Thank you very much, ladies. I don't want to interrupt you, but unfortunately I have to. And please don't do what I did to the speaker. I wasn't a very good example. Now, P. Locherenberg.
It's P, sorry, it's P.
Yeah.
Goeiemiddag almal in die huis. Ek is Pamela Lochenberg, werksaam by FAMSA Karoo Oudtshoorn. Vanmiddag verteenwoordig ek elke vrou, elke ouer persoon, elke kind, elke gestremde persoon wat homself kan verteenwoordig vandag in die huis nie. Ons uitdagings wat ons in ons omgewing ervaar is vroeë skoolverlating van jong meisiekinders. Dis of jy moet dan aan jou boetie of jou sussie kyk by die huis sodat mamma kan gaan werk, of jy was dalk verkragt gewees en sit nou dat jy sit met 'n swangerskap. Dan het ons ook 'n ander uitdaging waar alcohol en drug abuse. Dis 'n groot dilemma in ons omgewing, want op elke hoek, elke tweede straat, elke tweede huis amper kry jy 'n huis wat of alcohol of drugs dan verkoop. Ons volgende uitdaging is unemployment. Unemployment in our area is really a very, very big problem. Then the other thing is trafficking in person or other human trafficking. Dis waar moeders, enkele ouers hulle huise verlaat om na die stede te kom om sodoende te kan voorsien in hulle kinders se daaglikse behoeftes. Onder die voorwendsel dat hulle dan gaan kom werk hier vir 'n salaris, maar dan net om op die einde van die dag gebruik te word of om hulle liggame te verkoop of dan om vasgevang te word in drugssyndikaate. En dan ons grootste probleem tans in Oudtshoorn is, as 'n slagoffer na die polisiestasie toe gaan, word hulle terugverwys om dan eerstens aansoek te gaan doen vir 'n beskermingsbevel. So ons slagoffers word regtig waar lelik gedrop deur ons polisiebeamptes. Dan wil ons weet waar pas departement justisie dan regtig in die prentjie as jy heel eers dan moet gaan aansoek doen vir 'n beskermingsbevel. Wat as dit gebeur oor 'n naweek en justisie se deure gesluit is? Wat as dit gebeur 8:00 vanaand en justisie se deure reeds al 3:15 gesluit is? So regtig waar wil ek aanklop en dit lê groot en seer op my hart dan om te vra in die huis, hoe gaan ons te werk gaan om hande te vat met die polisie, om hande te vat met justisie dan, om 24 uur per dag, 365 dae per week oop te kan wees om dan daai slagoffer, daai nodige hulp dan te verleen. Ek sê baie dankie.
Baie dankie, agbare Logrenberg. U is nog wel binne u tyd. Ons waardeer dit al die pad van Oudtshoorn en baie dankie vir u bydrae tot vandag. Ek erken nou die agbare E. Wensel.
Greetings to the house. My name is Edwina Wensel. I'm all the way from the beautiful, beautiful city. I like to believe we are a city of Beaufort West in the Central Karoo. Firstly, allow me to say what an honor and privilege it is to stand here today in front of you, representing youth and women of the Central Karoo. Being a young woman, growing up in a rural part of the developing world, as we would like to call it, I've never liked to be called a leader of tomorrow. Many of our politicians have adopted this phrase, always calling the youth leaders of tomorrow. I, for once, like to believe I'm a leader of today and tomorrow. I believe I'm standing here today in my capacity as a youth and community leader to talk to you, this house, about the challenges women in the rural areas of the Central Karoo face. For 6 years, I've been working at an organization, namely South African Agency for Change and Development. We work close with people in our community. Currently, we have 2 funded programs, whereby one of them is a sustainable livelihood program, where we feed 68 people daily. With those beneficiaries comes their personal challenges because we work with families. Sometimes families are so broken, but because of the system, children are being taken away from their broken homes and placed into other broken homes, damaging the child even more. Because speaking from experience, children are being abused in their safe homes, secondary victimization. I like to talk about, I'm not sure in what year, I think it was 2010, 2011, the World Cup somehow, there was a model whereby court cases would be solved within weeks. One of our biggest challenges we're currently facing is court cases taking 2 to 3 years before it is solved and the case closed. Long dragging of rape cases, victims that have to face their perpetrators walking freely on the street because they get bail too easily. The other challenge we face is the easy liquor licenses in Beaufort West. There's no M&E whatsoever. Because if we go to where I work in Prince Valley, there it's the poorest of the poor in Beaufort West. Everywhere you go, there's more liquor stores, more taverns, more shebeens than any food market or empowering places. Another sad challenge we face daily is the school dropouts. And with experience, I can tell you, I see them every day. It's a norm for an 18-year-old. En hulle noem het in Beaufort West om pyn te drink. Dis niks vir hulle om pyn te drink. Dis 'n inding. And we face the school dropouts. And what add to that? The same government that brought us together, because you enforce a law of grade 9 children without any public participation or ask from organizations how they experience or what their views are with regards to this issue, because we work with the families. Ladies and gentlemen, let us take these universal adversities as our opportunities to show the world our best. As Nelson Mandela once said, the greatest glory in living lies not in never failing, but rising every time we fail. Let darkness in this fight at last show us the star. In conclusion, I believe that we are all geared to do something to positively change our communities into what we want to see. Let us be the change we want to see, and that change will come for us. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wenzel, from the beautiful city of Beaufort West. We really appreciate your contribution this afternoon. Next, I recognize S. Veldsmann.
Goedemiddag, honorable speaker en delegaten. Van mijn stukken voor, ik wil niet een rechtstelling maken. Het is Jan Veldsmann, ik is Lorette. Ik heb nog net mijn naamverandering gekregen. Maar het is een voorrecht om vandaag ook hier te wees. En mijn punt, wat die uitdaging is van vrouwen naar landelijke gebieden. Ik is daar van die prachtige oosten. Die prachtige kusdorpie. Zoals een mens Hermanus toe gaan. En mijn uitdaging is voor mensen, voor al onze oude mensen. Wat naar, misschien is het een holgerichte story. Wat naar kleinkinders moet kijken. Terwijl misschien is die ma dood als gevolg van ziekte. Of net omdat die ma niet daar is. Moet hulle pensioen gebruiken om maar die kost op die tafel te zetten. Hulle moet zorgen voor die kinders. En op het einde van die dag is het die einste kinders. Wat die oma verkracht, wat die opa vermoor. En als het die einste oma en opa, als jij van hulle vraagt, hoe gaat dit? Dan vragen hulle, kan government die voor ons meer geld geven? Voor wie is die meer geld? Om die einste kind, wat voor hom op het einde van die dag gaan vermoor of verkracht, wil hy die meer geld hê. Je weet, ons het verlede week het onze vrouw begraven. Een jong vrouw. Maar ze het gesterf in de hand van haar eigen dochter. Wat op haar rol vrijgelaten is van een vorige moord. En die politie, dat is wat ons gezegd, die politie heeft haar geval. Van haar vele hulpkreten. Die interdikt in haar dochter. Het hulle die dag toe hulle die interdik op teken op haar, op die dochter. Toen moest hulle forensies inroep om die deur oop te trap om die ma se lichaam te verwijderen. Toen het sy al reeds die zondag gesterf. En hulle kom die woensdag. En hulle kry haar lichaam eers die woensdag in haar woning. So vir my se uitdaging, die polisie faal ons. Ek het self in 'n situasie van 'n dogter wat verkragt was in haar werk, van 'n werkkollega, dat niks van hy saak gekom het. So ek het nie eintlik 'n trust in die polisie nie, as gevolg van my dogter wat verkragt was. En as gevolg van ons kinders wat nie meer jy jou hand moet lig nie, styg die verkrachtingssyfer en die moordsyfer styg dag vir dag. En dit is wat die kinders sê, reguit vir jou, ek bel die polisie. Ek sê in my huis, as jy die polisie bel, vat jou klere uit. Ek ga tronk toe, jy gaat by my hek uit. Want ek het pak gekry. In die skool het ek pak gekry, ek het in my huis het ek pak gekry. Want ek was ook groot gemaakt van 'n enkel ouer. En dan die ander ding, wat vir my pla, is ons het so goeie, ons het een van die beste konstitusie, Madam Speaker, in die wêreld. Maar niks word geïmplementeer as 'n mens reg na alles gaan nie. Ons gaan miskien oor 5 jaar weer hier kom sit vir 'n vroueparlement. En dan is daar nog niks vir die terug 5 jaar gedoen nie. So, dit is vir my 'n voorreg, dis al wat ek wil sê, dit is vir my net 'n voorreg om hier vandag te kan teenwoordig. Baie dankie.
Baie dankie, agbare El Veldsmann. Die bydrae is waardevol. Ek erken nou die agbare R. Mars. Okay, unfortunately, Honorable R. Mars cannot be with us today. Twani.
Good evening, Honorable Speaker, everyone in the room. I'm Koyola Twani from Claremont, small town, Overbeek or Overstrand. I'm presenting child welfare, Claremont. Let me give the challenges. Challenges faced by women, mostly influenced by our beliefs and religions. Examples is Christian religions and Xhosa culture expects women to be submissive to men. Challenges the women face, mostly the women, they are gender abused, based violence, they are physical abused, sexual abuse, emotional abuse. The abuse sometimes happens at home and it happens in front of the children. It's where it starts, then end of the day we feel the children, the woman was abused in front of the child, the children is in home, and the sexual abuse also happens sometimes because there's this substance abuse also happening. If if the parents, maybe they were the parent, the father and the father and the mother, they are substance abuse, they don't want it, they don't respect the children. It's where the sexual abuse starts, and it starts in front of children. And where the children also, they want to practice what they see. And emotionally, it's in my culture, I will say it's this. It happens sometimes in the marriages, all this abuse by the women, and the women they don't speak out, and they keep as a secret, and they don't have awareness at how to report and how to get support some way. Places is too far, especially in the rural areas. It's where they feel, and it's where they get they don't get support from the families to go and report. It's what I experienced. I was thinking this is only happen in the rural area. I'm coming from Fort Beaufort. I was thinking this witchcraft thinking it's only happened there where I come from. Where I see this in last year in Claremont, where this woman was really abused emotionally, and the household she lose a household with 2 children, and she was alleged as a witch. She was mentally disturbed. It's where we call her names. In where I come from, it's only old people we were calling these names of witchcrafts, wishing each other. Cultural expectations in marriage, but on women. Women are told to be by the elders that marriages are hard and they should stay strong, especially in my culture. Never leave their husbands. This put in the position where if they abused, they won't leave still. If you get abused, but you feel I can't leave because I must stay strong, the marriage is sad. So it's where I also experienced this, where I come from. That time, I was still there. If you can't bear children of your own, women are called names. Families always support men than women. It happens. I also experience in Claremont now, where I stay. Women are less employed than men, even they are more skilled or qualified in quality at work. No availabilities for employment of women. Resources that support women, like if the woman can do sewing, you see, then they can do, especially where I come from in Claremont. Cape Town, yeah, maybe it's fine. Agricultural projects where they can keep them busy. They feel only to stay at home. Then they can be saved from the men's. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Now I will recognize Honourable S. Plaatjes.
Greetings to the Honourable Madam Speaker, our members of Parliament, and all delegates, all protocol observed. My name is Salome and I'm the owner of Plumland Restoration in Oudtshoorn, where we work with our hurt people, our broken people, our rejected and forgotten people. Unemployment is a major issue and challenge for our women in rural areas. Limited employment opportunities, for example. Women and girls continue to bear major responsibilities for unpaid household and care. Women in rural areas work well beyond the retirement age, and still remain the poorest of the poor all their lives. Health, lack of sufficient numbers of healthcare professionals, hospitals, and medical clinics. Patients travel long hours early in the mornings or late at night to hospitals and clinics with no food, only to get help if they arrive early in the morning, late that afternoon, or even late after 12 that midnight. Or if they arrive late at night at the hospital, they only get help early the next morning and still suffer with transport back to the rural areas. Patients with threatening diseases must travel to urban hospitals far from home. For example, rural cancer patients travel long hours to receive chemotherapy, radiation, and believe me, we don't want to get back into any moving vehicle after we receive therapy. It's not nice at all. Due to little income or no income, our girls and ladies abuse the SASSA grants to fall pregnant just to get some money at the end of the month or early in the month. Rural families live relatively far from public schools and more likely lack human services programs to help the poor, disability, elderly, and other people in need of aid. Our children become dropouts, or they have to stay at home to look after their siblings because mommy or daddy is not at home when they have to leave for school. Housing. Our kids and women get raped sharing the same blanket with a family member. I was gang raped, and it's not everyone that can stand up and say, it wasn't the end for me, maybe just a bend. Some of them committed suicide, and their voices have been silent for too long and forever. Because of our sisters who suffered in silence, I will not be silent. I believe together we stand, divided we fall. I am in no competition with anybody. I simply believe together we can leave this world a much better place than what we found it. Lastly, I want to say, Ya chica, lento, didang mo draai.
Thank you, Honourable Member. It's really a sad day, sad stories that we are hearing today, and as women, we need to stand together and do something about this. The time of talking, I think it's enough. We need to stand up and actually act on this. Our next speaker is going to be Honourable E. Steyn.
Male Bongwe. Thank you, Honourable Speaker, members, delegates, and all protocol observed. And this is special for my sister from Beaufort West. Allow me, Speaker, for this opportunity to applaud you for bringing this event together, for hosting us here today. It is indeed a privilege to be here. And greetings from the beautiful West Coast, Saldanha, Vredenburg, Hopefield, Langebaan. That's where we are coming from. Challenges facing women in rural areas. Rural women can be the key agents for development. They can be leaders. They are producers because rural women make up 41% of the world's agricultural labor force, and by empowering them can have a significant impact on the productivity and the growth in the agriculture sector. They are entrepreneurs and service providers, and they contribute are vital to the well-being of their families, caring for their children and the community. They play an important role in the supporting their households and communities in achieving food and nutrition security. They generate income and by that empowering livelihoods and overall well-being of their families. Yet they represent the poorest of the less privileged in most communities. People think living in rural areas is much cheaper and easier than living in the suburban and city areas. But the reality is that whilst the cost of housing is lower, the cost of living, speaking about household goods, fuel, etc., is much higher. Community and support services are not as abundant and are often difficult or impossible to access as a result of limited transport and also the distances they have to travel. People can always find that they have difficult coping with the feeling of isolation while they are living in the rural areas. And this can often result in people suffering from mental health issues. Most rural areas have inadequate distance or diminished healthcare facilities, and a few of before me mentioned that. Poor roads or limited and expensive transport may hinder women from accessing health centers. Rural women comprise a quarter of the world's population, yet women in rural areas face constant griefs engaging in economic activities. They are less to be wage earners, and when they earn less than men. Rural women are often concentrated in low skills, low productivity, and low unpaid jobs, facing long working hours, and sometimes limited to social protection, which places them in a high risk of sexual harassment and other forms of gender-based violence. Equality and the opportunity and fair treatment is a human right. And by promoting gender equality and economic empowerment, which goes hand by hand, will ensure that women enjoy their rights and will enable them to contribute to sustainable development. Then the big question that I want to ask, who and how can we close that gap, or what can be done? And I think that's the reason why we are sitting here, is asking the questions, what can be done? Firstly, by creating decent jobs and saying no to unacceptable forms of work. And I don't want to elaborate on that one. Enhancing social protection, creating entrepreneurship, training and access to education and information. Although information is one of the strongest tools of empowerment, women's access to information and technologically is limited in rural areas. It is a time that we realize that rural women are the future of the rural economic. Let us collectively move ahead. Take action and let us bridge the gap and try to
Honourable Member, you must conclude.
Yes, and try to improve the lives of women in rural areas, not only for themselves, but for our children, building and contribute to the future of our country. It's time to change now and to do more
Member,
and
your
do
time is
better.
up.
Male Bongwe.
Thank you. It looks like we have, our most delegation is coming from Beaufort West. It's indeed a beautiful region. Thank you. Our honorable speaker, our next speaker is Honorable Kay van Wyk.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and all protocol observed. I didn't write a speech because I was thinking this is so huge, we will never be able to. I wouldn't want to say that, but here it's really huge. But it starts with me, it starts with us. and all I have is myself to offer. So I'm here, I want to offer myself, and seeing all these women here and all these courageous women, I actually get a little bit emotional by just listening to them, because the problem is really huge. Now, I come from the region, from where Elise is coming from. In fact, I actually worked with her. So I was responsible for implementing programs in that region to uplift communities. Now, I'm going to be quite frank. We need political will. And secondly, we cannot come here and sort of mekaar leens vertel nie, because we shouldn't do things for the sake of a political party. Now, because we should do things for the communities, for our people, which are the constitution of our country. Because if we keep on doing these things, we'll sit here again next year and nothing will be done. So she's already alluded to all the problems that everybody is facing, and we would want to obviously after this come up with solutions, Speaker, so I'm not going to go there now. But one of the things is also child-headed households. Now we've got this beautiful Steinhoff children's orphanage there that's not even given attention to. It's got all the facilities that can actually, everybody can be accommodated there, and government is just not looking at it. Now I'm saying again, we need to be honest with one another. If we want to change people's lives, we can change it. And local government can change that. We shouldn't even look to government to change it, because us here, we are the example of wanting to change that. So officials need to take responsibility, and officials also need to be able to want to change our people's lives, because we are in positions to be able to do that. And one of the key things for the 9 years that I was there in community development, it was a passion, it was a privilege, because we could change people's lives. And when we talk about budgets, when we talk about allocating those budgets, put it where the needs are. If we are serious about this, we won't be sitting here, because we can put the budget where the needs are, and we can change people's lives within a year. If we come to the environment, I was also doing a project on safety, and for those 6 months that I have given the police and all that, because I come from the military, I've given them recommendations and assessments of the situations. For the 4 months in that year when I was the project leader, there was no recording of any violence. And I'm not saying this is because of me, it's because we were frank. When we sit in meetings, I said, you must tell your people that they are putting other people's lives at risk because of the things that they are doing. So we need to be honest. And lastly, Speaker, I hope my time is not up, is our elected people in government should be in the front of doing these things that these NGOs and people are doing. So apologies for that. But in any case, Honorable Nelson Mandela used to say, there's no better way in which you see a society treats its women and children, and that is what our souls looks like. And we want to change our world. We want to change the world for our children. And I'm here and I'm willing to help. And we, us women, all of us, political leaders, everybody, do it for the people, do it for our country, and we will change our people's lives.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize Honourable D. Landers. She's not here. Okay. I now recognize Honourable C. H. Hayler. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Charlene Eithaler from Grabouw, Elzen District. And I'm working as a lay counselor for Glen Elzen Community Organization. I'm at supporting families and children who experience social challenges like elderly abuse, substance abuse, teenage pregnancy, etc. My role is to serve as a support basis and to refer the client to our qualified and registered social workers. I would like to share the following challenges experienced by women on rural areas as a woman grew up in the agriculture sector. As a woman grew up on a farm, the challenges of equal working opportunities amongst women and men are today still a huge challenge. Whether women do have the qualifications or fulfill the requirements of the specific position, it seems to be difficult for one or the other reason. Rural women work as farmers and wage earners. Gender inequalities in the agriculture sector are major but difficult to count. Rural women are seen as low-skilled humans but still work long hours. Rural women have less access than men to productive resources and services, for example, on the land, financial services, etc. Women also have less opportunities for education and training, potentially limiting them from adopting new technology as readily as men. Many times the high risk occurred for rural women of being abused, sexual harassment, and other forms of gender-based violence. The sensitive risks are due to factors such as gender power imbalances, a lack of oversight, and working alone in relative isolations or in the remote locations. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Now we've come to our next session of the agenda, which is going to be chaired by our Honourable Speaker, Marcela. We will be now talking about our discussion and resolution on the matter at hand. So I'm going to take a set of hands. From my left, I will take the first 5 hands. And then on my right-hand side, I will take the next 5 hands. So can I have hands this side? Ma'am, you are number 1. You are 2. Ma'am, there you are number 3. And Honourable Member, you are number 4. And Honourable Member with the black top, you are number 5. I'll take the next set of hands. Don't worry, at the back there. And then on my right-hand side, I'll take you number 6. And at the back, number 7. Ma'am, number 4, means 8. And you, ma'am, you number 9. And the lady with the cream, number 10, I'll come back to you in the next set of hands. Can I get to number 1?
Thank you very much. What I would like to add on, which actually very much saddens me within the area, staying in rural areas, the reduction of women to just clerks. So we are seen just to be doing a great job by being a clerk. And another issue is the number of learnerships that are being implemented, which is also adding on to us being clerks. So that means we can never be in strategic positions because we are seen to be clerks. We cannot make decisions. We'll just do administration. Another point that I would also like to add is that perhaps we should also look at changing the mindset. Instead of having a SASSA grant, why not have a graduate grant? Then people are actually attracted to wanting to study. And living in a rural area, I study in Cape Town. I have to drive 2 hours to get to campus. Why not have mobile satellite academic classes for universities in the rural areas? Attract more people to join in academics. And how about instead of government funding so many, why not focus on the informal sector? Funding those people. They are starting their own businesses and they're creating direct employment for themselves. So they're not waiting for government. So why not create a grant to fund those people? Because already they are playing a role in terms of job creation. The last one is access to information. We've got 2 song centers everywhere, but still it's difficult to get to a 2 song center in a rural area, especially if you're not driving, you're not mobile. And looking at all the imbalances that are currently happening, even a 2 song center cannot help you access information. So there needs to be more done in terms of information accessibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Can I get the next speaker? Thank you.
I would like to look at 2 points that were raised by Honourable Philander and Honourable Makaba Botja. Which the first one was the boundaries that have been created between the rural and urban areas. Coming from Bonnievale, it is very hard to leave your home and come to live in Cape Town. I've been calculating. I've been in Cape Town for 20 years, and it is painful because you go to work in Khayelitsha and you're told you are not from here, out Nwalapa, so you do not have a right to tell us and come and change our community. Go back home where you belong. You get to Bonnievale and they tell you, your Afrikaans is beter, jy verstaan nie Afrikaans and all of those things. How will I remember Afrikaans if I have been speaking isiXhosa for 20 years? So we are like sort of outside and inside our own communities as well. And then a point of lack of jobs that are not available in the region, where people have to go to Ashenkenik or wherever, waiting for the farm workers in a season to work. It's one of the things that when you are educated and you go back to your community and you see the depressive state that the young people are looking at, and you're like, it's okay for you to use drugs, my child, but there are other opportunities. But how will they know if none of us show them a way? Be there, live with them, and understand the pain that they are going through. And I think we need to look at how we can create a community of practitioners. When we speak about community of practitioners, we are talking about government coming together with the locals, come together with researchers, approach universities, young people who are working, who are coming from these regions, find out who is coming from Beaufort West, who's coming from the Langeberg region, who's coming from Caledon, who's coming from Houston or Hermanus, to find out where are these young people so that we can go back to our communities freely, so that our communities can welcome us. Because it's quite hard to go back again with my English, met swaar Afrikaans, want ek kan mos nou nie lekker Afrikaans praat nie. So ek moet nou so I come in there and say my Afrikaans is grof on die krom. So it's quite a thing. I think it's also one of the things Mother Tongue Project is working with a group of young people, 5 young people, who are being trained using arts. So we are actors, theater people, and we're using theater to build people's confidence. But most importantly, theater allows you to be creatively engaging in dialogues, communicating about issues that are affecting our society. If theater makers can work with social development, which sometimes doesn't exist in that region, social development, we look at how we can, and don't give us fear, because they only have one social worker, which is not fair. It is really not fair. It is really not fair. And again, someone mentioned us coming in and doing research. We will go and do research in our community because we have every right to do research, because it is us inserting ourselves into the world of academics. So we need to insert ourselves and the people whom we come from, where we come from and where we were raised. And thank you very much for me.
Thank you very much, Madam. I now recognize number 3.
Dankie, achtbare Speaker. Ek het verneem as die 3de sitting van die parlement. Van die vrouwenparlement, maar hiermee wil ek toch vragen dat die parlement meer sigbaar moet wees. Ek sien op die TV, maar ek is nou vandag hier so, en is geskiedenis. Dan moet daar gekyk word na die dropouts. Dit is die toekomst van môre. In hierdie jaar by die plaaslike hoërskool was daar 70 onttrekkings, wat implikasie meebring, is 2 onderwysers wat hulle werk kan verloor, want die kinders word in getal van die onderwysers word per leerder aangestel. Dan sit ek ook met 'n inskrywingstal van plus minus 200 per jaar, maar nie 'n kwart van hy 200 eindig in matriekie. So dis maatskaplike probleme hier langs die pad. Dan, jy sal nie glo nie, maar daar's maatskaplike werksters wat hulle ook skuldig maak aan maatskaplike probleme. wat in huishoudings ontstaan. En die probleem wat ek ook opgetel het, daar's 'n maatskaplike werker, maar as 'n sielkundige wat saam met die maatskaplike werker, want hy kan nie albei op dieselfde golflengte hanteer nie. Dan die ander uitdaging is in die private ouerhuise. Sit ons met geweldige labor relations probleme. Die samestelling is nie diversity, maar is 'n diversity van inwoners. Soos ek en my man, my skoonsister en almal stem saam met een en is eensydige besluite. Ek het nou al 4 dissiplinêre verhore wat ek waargeneem met die 5de ene. Kom nou eers komende week af, maar die vorige 4 was op tegniese punte, het ons dit gewen. En daardeur het ek ook ondervinding opgedoen, maar dis iets wat die gemeenskap moet aanwerk. Daar word IGM's gehou, maar nie die hele gemeenskap word betrek. Jy hoor net, dit is die beheerraad, maar hoe het hy daar gekom? En nou moet jy met 'n termyn van 3 jaar sit, dat jy niks nou aan kan doen nie, en so gaan die een probleem na die ander een toe. Primêre gesondheidsorg is die ander probleem. Hy kom nie tot sy reg op die platteland nie. In die verlede was daar mobiele klinieke wat plase toe gegaan het. Hulle gaan nie nou meer nie. Verpleging het 'n beroep geword en nie meer 'n roeping nie. Mense is af hulle salaris. Besluite word weer eens geneem sonder die gemeenskap. En jy kan nie die gemeenskap uitsluit nie. Met skok het ek Vrydag verneem, by die hospitaal was opgeplak die Marjorie se toegang per dag was R25, is mos nou arm geblewe gemeenskap. Hy is hom outomaties opgeskuif na R205 'n dag. Wie gaan R1400 het om 'n lijk na 7 dae te gaan los om te begrawe? Ons almal is nie bevoorreg nie. En dan die internet toegang. Dit is 'n geweldige probleem en ons in die skole sit met van September af. Broadband was mos nou ingestel. Maar hy is meer aan as wat hy af is. Hoofkantoor sê net, dis Sita se probleem. Maar jy wil nie vir my Sita se nommer gee nie. Ek kan nie aan vir hoofkantoor bel nie, want ek kom by 'n doodloopstraat. En dis die maklikste inligting wat ons kan bekom. So ek sal tog vra dat daar iets rondom dit en by dit gesê, ek het gesê niks wat jy verniet ontvang het waarde nie. En hulle sê broadband is verniet. Betaal eerder en dan kry jy jou dienste. Dankie.
Baie dankie mevrou. Now number 5. Number 4, yes.
Oh, thank you, Honourable Speaker. Ek het net, miskien net 1 of 2 goedjies wat ek dalk kan recommend. Op grond van wat die Honourable langs my gesê het van die, as ek nou 1 voorbeeld kan vat, if I can take one, about the young lady, the girl at the school, because I was personally involved there. I was there and I saw the victim and I saw the perpetrator, but they are both children. Currently in our organization, what we do is, ons stel onze faciliteerders, die mense wat werksaam is by die organisasie, stel ons voor aan 'n kursus, 'n counseling kursus by die instituut van Tshwane. Hulle betaal so 'n klein fooitjie. Maar what if government use that model in schools, use them as chaplains at the school, because die onderwysers bereik die kinders altyd nie, en binne 'n week was daar soveel kinders bereik. Nog 'n ding waarmee ons, of waarmee ek 'n challenge het, ek het dit nou neergeskryf, human rights make it hard for victims with interdicts, die interdicte. As there is no enforcement whatsoever regards to this, police still tell women to sort the problems out at home. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. I now recognize number 5.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just wanted to say that I think one of the most prevalent messages in today's sittings was that people are sort of tired of talking and giving ideas and everything, and that there needs to be implementation. And I think one of the things that is important is how we view gender-based violence and women oppression as not just a problem of the victims or a problem of women, but that it is a societal issue. In most cases, it's mostly women that are speaking about gender-based violence. Men, it's just very few that do that. And I remember when we were still in primary school, there used to be like just when HIV/AIDS pandemic came through, would go to school, in all the subjects, you'd be told something about HIV and AIDS. There'd be workshops. You go, you switch on your TV, there'd be something about HIV and AIDS. You go, you listen to radio, that would be the case, adverts and everything. And I feel like society, and I mean government as well, and all the other relevant stakeholders should actually take that same strategies and those same approaches that when the AIDS pandemic came through, this is how it was dealt with and it was actually contained. But with gender-based violence, we just speak about it, we throw in the stats, we speak about it, but there's no implemented change that is happening. So I think in a certain way, it must be treated the same way that we treated HIV and AIDS. It is a disease in society and it needs to be uprooted. Secondly, I just wanted to say that most of the, we've learned a lot today from the different women that were here, and I was hoping that maybe that the contributions that were being made here, that it was not just people bringing contributions, that maybe the parliament would resolve, or maybe a working committee that would be comprised of the different women that are here and the societies that are here, so that they could actually be the ones that oversee and facilitate the implementation of most of the resolutions that are taken today. And then another thing, just one last thing about the access of women to economic opportunities. I remember we were in the West Coast in August, and a very important, I think something that we overlooked, but there's a question that a woman raised there that, look, we see that government is doing its best in terms of combating unemployment, especially youth unemployment. But what happens is that some of the requirements that say they want someone that has matric or post-matric, and then they want people from 18 to 35. But we also know that there's so many women that had to drop out of school in grade 9 and so forth, and now they're over 36 years old or whatever the case is. What provision is being made for those people to make sure that they do not perpetually end up being cleaners, but they actually get access to better economic opportunities? Thank you very much.
Siyabonga, siyabulela kakhulu. Nkosazana. May I request, as we proceed, I need to respond to the specifics. There are contact details, there are business cards in each and everyone's table here. Have you all seen them? Have you taken them? Please keep that business card. I will explain later why, but just hold on to it so that when I explain, you've got it with you. Currently, I've got 5 more speakers and number 6.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable guests, how I wish that the traditional leaders would be part of these deliberations. When we talk of women in the rural areas, I so wish that they could be part of us so that they can hear our plight. They can hear what women go through out there. They can hear and have resolutions as to how to deal with issues of rural women. How I wish that this gallery will be full of women with the same vision, like the women who took steps, who took initiative in 1956 with the same vision of liberating this country. Let us see how we can equip the traditional leaders to be able to deal with issues like child-headed households, like dealing with ukutwala custom, like dealing with lobola custom that seeks to oppress women. Now, I so wish that they can be here to hear our plight. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Ziyabulela Mahlo. Thank you. May I request number 7 to take the stand? Another 6. This was 6. I count there. I do the counting from this side. Is it another 6? Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, something that I would like to discuss is this morning I didn't say from where I am. I'm from Hanover Park, and I've started a movement called the Moms Move for Justice, Peace and Reconciliation. Now, coming back to the challenges that women face in our communities, I'm fortunate to work with women that lost their children through gang violence. And what I found is that we have to create a community for these women, a space for them to speak about what happened to them. But what is very challenging for these women, they are unemployed, and there is some projects running in the community. I think it's called the EPWP. So we've got male leaders also playing these women up against each other. So it's very challenging for the women. So I would like the authorities to look at that and to create more employment for women on the Cape Flats. And then secondly, I'm very passionate about the boys drop out, because at the end it affects us as women, it affects the women in the community, because these dropouts, there's no social worker to follow through. The boys is running around, they get pulled in from the gangsters, and they become the perpetrators. They rape and they kill and they murder. So this is very challenging for the women, and I can see in the communities, not even just in my community, but on the Cape Flats, how tired our women are of this plight. And the reason I'm also passionate about this, because these boys come from dysfunctional families. And maybe I should go there. 2015, 2 of these boys that was dropped out killed my son. But I chose to come back and rather to serve, because I live in the community and I wanted to make a difference. So yes, I came back. I'm standing here proudly. I came back. I had to see to myself, to my family, but to serve. But we really need to look at the root of this problem, the boys, and it's pointless. We're going to talk about the perpetrators, but these boys is roaming around on the streets, and nobody cares. And these mothers are so tired because they have no solution. There's no social worker. There's no educator that follow up. There's nobody. Nobody is just interested. And these boys grow up and they rape and kill our children in the community. So we really have to look at this. And I must say from myself, doing all the marches, meetings and all that, I just hope this is not just another talk show. Because as the women also said earlier, you know, when I enter a space, I need to see change. And I'm sorry to say, I am not prepared to sit here every time. If I hear this is the 3rd year, I'm not prepared to sit here all the time and nothing has been done. And please, I'm pleading to the government to please look at the organizations connecting with each other, with government. What happened is also, and it's very challenging in our communities, organizations is not working with each other. The one feels threatened about the other one. Okay. And, you know, thank you. Thank you. So if we can just work towards that and making it work and getting it started and moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And now let's consider number 8. Who is number 8? Yes, ma'am.
I think I want to come with concrete
We've got the 8th of March that we can do a M&E, whether the resolutions of this sitting has been implemented. Because I think that would be the first quarter of the year. If you could take that as a resolution, that with International Women's Day on the 8th of March 2020, we come back to look back on the resolutions we've made today. Secondly, I would like this Parliament and this government of the Western Cape to realize that the lives of rural women, not just beyond the N7, but if you just drive through Durbanville, have you ever taken a ride through Durbanville? There are farming communities. There are women that don't have access to health. I drove out of Belhar on Saturday past to ensure a woman of Klipjewil get to Kraaifontein. That's her nearest service center. It is a slap for women to not have access to health services. It's a slap for women not to have social economic rights that benefits women. And we as a government, in partnership with NGOs, we need to start getting it right. The time of talking is over. This 6th Parliament of the Western Cape, and Honourable Speaker, I'm talking of experience. I'm coming here for 20 years. And I make a valuable contribution every time I come because I don't come alone. But today is evident of what can happen if all communities come to every APP session, every annual review session, so that these communities can see either the under-expenditure or the brilliant services delivered by government. So for me, and I'm quite, government is quick to render money to consultants that has companies. But we, community consultants that doesn't have companies, we cannot get paid for our services. So I am quite willing, because I think I've been equipped and people has invested in my life, and I want to invest in the lives of the women in this room. I'm a professional, trained forensic sister. So I know what to look for. I've been there. I've been at Kalbrema. I've been at incidences of rape when I worked in Delft. So I know. And so get us to consult. Moenie gaan mense kry wat net wil geld uit die government uit te maak nie. Dan het ons vroue wat hier kom sit wat nie eers weet hoe om seker te maak 'n jy uit die uit is reg ingevul hier. Dankie.
Thank you very much, Madam. I now recognize number 9.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I just want to say that our vision is to get the child in school, keep the child in school, and assist the child to finish school. To do that, we need the clinic sisters at the school so that the learners doesn't go or lose a day at school to go to the local clinics. We need more social workers at the school. It's easy to say, okay, let's pay the social workers more, but that social worker is overworked. Get more social workers in school to do more work at the schools. And we need a mental health sister to assist with these challenges. In the Langeberg area, we have only one mental health sister serving 7 clinics. The clinics in Montague, Ashton, Robertson, McGregor, Nkubela, Zulani, and Bonneville. And there is quite a lot of issues coming through. And we also need more psychologists at the school. The social issues, flooding from home, the domestic violence, etc., is going to the schools. The children act out. We're doing the children in the schools, and at that sessions, we see it unfortunately because of ills that is happening at the homes. And then, as Lady Damaris there said, we need, the NGOs need funds. How can we deliver empowerment programs to the youth, to all these kids struggling to stay in school if we do not have the necessary financial and other resources? And I thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. I now recognize number 10.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and greetings to the House. My name is Patricia Noyu. I'm from the Good Party. My input today is relevant to both sessions. I would like to speak about money. Let's talk about resources. Several speakers have alluded to the issue of insufficient resources, but what are we actually facing in the province? Currently, we've got various government departments all allocating budgets towards issues to address challenges in our communities. So Department A, Department B, Department C all need to address gender-based violence, for example. Secondly, we've got 3 or 4 NGOs in one community, all rendering similar services. Thirdly, we have the private sector and our external donors, also all compelled to operate in a socially acceptable manner, and therefore they too have corporate responsibility initiatives and various programs, and some of them fund the NGO sector. But what are we actually facing? We're actually facing an issue of fragmentation in terms of gaps where resources are allocated for similar programs within the same community. We also, it's fragmentation and duplication. And I would like to propose for consideration that the House considers potentially looking at what is called a social budget, a budget for the province in which all expenditure or funding is located on a provincial level for whichever social program, not only from government's perspective, including the private sector, including the external donor funding. And in that way, potentially we could actually identify leakages, duplication, because the reality right now is we're not necessarily going to get more money. We need to go and find that money. But we are operating in such a manner, unfortunately, everyone's intention is to do good. But we are bleeding at certain instances. We are implementing exactly the same thing, but because it's my NGO must be better than that NGO, and we're not helping each other. And the reality is the only way that we could potentially even make an impact in terms of allocation of resources is by having one provincial social budget that is broader than just social issues. Health is there as well, for example, education, and that all contributors in this province is logged on that budget so that we can see exactly how much money we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I'm sure you're not saying we must take this money away from NGOs. No. Okay. No. Thank you very much for your contribution. Now, I want to propose that we deal with the resolutions that we took this morning. All right. And that, so that because the administration has been polishing them in order to do what I said we will do earlier on. We agreed that earlier on we need to try and make sure that the resolutions are not duplicating what has been said earlier, but we try and bring them together, especially if they're not necessarily bringing a new issue. But also we agreed that those that are distinct from the rest will remain distinct in their form. And equally, we look at where does the matter belong. Is it a local government issue? Must it be referred there? Is it a provincial matter that must be referred to provincial government? Or is it a national matter that must be referred to a national government? And so forth and so forth. But what is important, of course, is that we have to consider the standing committees of Parliament, because the real work of the Parliament is done in standing committees. There is an outstanding contribution here by the forensic specialist who says annual reports and APPs, budgets, those are very, that is how government works. If you miss that period, then it nullifies the entire contribution. Because budget is done at the earlier period of the year. The earlier part, the first quarter, budgets are done, but they also end at the earlier part in the next financial year. So we've got to work with the standing committees. So I'm suggesting that based on the sector that you have identified as an organization, that you look at the standing committee that deals with your issues that you are driving. Unfortunately, at this level, there's no justice department or standing committee, but there are issues that are able to be linked because they are intertwined if you look at them. So there's no really a standalone issue that does not link with some of the provincial programs in a greater sense of things. So are we on the same page that we can now proceed? I also welcome other members who have just joined us, including Minister, Mayor there. Welcome. We've got there the list of the resolutions, and we just want to comb through and see how far they go in terms of reflecting what has been shared here today. Are we all on the same page? All right. Now let's go with number 1. Who's going to lead? Ms. Fouchier? Okay.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The first resolution that we have captured in terms of the session of this morning is relating to the 25th of November and the launch of 16 days of activism, that it must be made 365 days of activism, and it should be separated from Children's Day. In terms of sphere of government, that would be determined by the Minister for Women, which is in the Presidency. Is everyone agreed on that resolution? The second point from this morning's discussion was the justice system, the re-evaluation and the homogenization of the processes, training for police officers and community leaders, victims' rights to be adequately explained to them, and an assessment of how victims are treated in police stations. I think that also came through with women in rural areas, so I think that's something that we could combine. That is also a national competency and would fall under Justice and Correctional Services and Police.
Sorry, Speaker. I think that, if I may, that the Western Cape Department of Community Safety has a role to play there.
Yes. With that being said, Honourable Heron, that is a dual responsibility. You are correct. So what we should then say is to include the Western Cape Department of Community Safety in its mandate in terms of Section 205 and also the Western Cape Constitution itself. And it is observed today. So I'm very happy with that. Are we all happy, delegates? Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. The third resolution is a firm implementation plan with monitoring and evaluation processes being built in. So accelerating the National Strategic Plan on GBV and make it accessible to everyone so that people have access to what the strategy really is, as well as mid-term monitoring and evaluation to assess how far we have come on these resolutions. I think there was a suggestion about the 8th of March for feedback on the resolution. I think we can combine those two, or Warner, and maybe add that in. In terms of the sphere of government, WCPP would definitely play a role. If I could get some assistance from the members and the chair, what other spheres of government we think should be included there. Office of the Ministry for Women.
I think we should start including the whole social cluster and economic clusters. We're going to work in clusters. We can't see it in silos. Then we're running into all sorts of problems. Because the committees, if each committee just look at his little part, he'll always say there's no money. But there's money in one of the others. And if they come together, there's a lot of money.
Okay. I get that. I just want to suggest that as we craft the resolutions, remember the resolutions are our wishes here as we speak. Now, the process then would be to engage the respective authorities in order to bring this to their attention. So if it helps to coordinate them in that way, Honorable Marais, perhaps we can just look at, after we're done with this process, how do we cluster all of them? So those that are falling in a particular sector, we just cluster them, because this is what this process seeks to address, unless we've got a specific intervention.
Speaker, with your permission, yes, I think we can say that we request the cabinet, not a particular minister, the cabinet, because the Premier is the chairman of the cabinet, and then the cabinet can give instructions to any department to do A, B, and C.
Okay. What is the other? Thank you, Honorable Marais. Honorable Mkondlo and Madam there, after the Honorable Member.
Honorable Speaker, my view is perhaps what we could do we can create an introduction, because I believe that we have to, based on the inputs we received here, rather opt for a multi-sectoral approach where we try over time. I think one speaker here spoke about 20th time she's coming here, or this being the third. This state-led development approach is always having limitations. So if we can take an approach where we have a multidisciplinary stakeholder, where from an accountability point of view, we do not report those of us who are fortunate to be in the state, we then implement referees and the players at the same time. So I would think we need a multi-stakeholder approach where civil society that is here, ourselves, together with the private sector, I think somebody was saying there, we've got a process through which we can hold each other accountable, even if we're talking about dates. Yes, if cabinet has got a responsibility, that will be defined. I'm saying, for me, it's an approach that I am proposing so that we really stop this thing that government, because we take this responsibility and at times we are found wanting. Thanks, Chair.
I'm covered by the previous speaker. However, we need to look at the provincial multi-sectorial forum that existed previously for sexual offences, because there the social cluster came together in the province, and I think that would be an important avenue to look at, because then civil society are not left out. Because once we leave everything to government, dan gaan ons bietjie huil as gewone mense.
Okay. Thank you very much for the contributions. I think it puts us back to where we started off. let us proceed as we move. And then, sorry, Honorable Murray. If we need to increase the font, we must just do so. Can we just increase the font a bit? Better. Is it better now? Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. There was a contribution here by Honorable Nkondlo, because it's when you deal with these resolutions, the difficulty is exactly what Honorable Nkondlo was bringing forward. That we may take beautiful resolutions and place it in the hands of a specific authority. But if we do not understand, if we don't appreciate some of the limitations within certain government departments, it then creates a situation where this becomes a talk show. So we need to then premise them on the basis that whatever, whether it's private sector or the state that wants to contribute, we see how we can best leverage on the strengths of these spheres, private or public. So we have limitations because we can't tell the private sector how to behave. You know, Honorable Nkondlo, at times you get to be given a middle finger. Excuse my insensitivity there, but that is the reality when you engage. But if we have stakeholders who want to be party to some of these, also in the 6th Parliament, we have taken the international relations and placed it at the center and saying how to engage the diplomatic corps and the consular corps in partnering with civil society organizations. So these are the kind of interventions. Because I lead this process from the office. The Speaker's office is leading this exercise. And government, we have an opportunity that Dr. Ivan Meyer, who's the Minister of Agriculture, but this year is leading international relations stakeholders on behalf of the executive. So how do we then refer them to partner with civil society organizations on health, wellness programs, justice, women on farms, economic opportunities, and the list goes on, not limited to what I've just said. So I think in light of that, let's place the issue, and we can leave it and say WCPP then may refer, because then the Speaker can send it to a particular committee or to another sphere, depending on what the issues are. So let us not be worried about whether we've exhausted the sphere that must be referred to if we don't do that here. But we must have the report back time. Then it will assist us to measure progress and do that monitoring and evaluation. Are we all on the same page? Are we happy? Any other suggestion to the contrary? I'm trying to sense the feeling here. On the same page? All right. Let's proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. The 4th resolution is addressing social and cultural ills contributing to GBV. Look at the triple challenge and substance abuse. We thought that would be human settlement, social development. Or Warner, maybe just add WCPP to all of them, as it would be referred to a cluster or a committee from WCPP. Then Resolution 5 is the incorporation of gender studies in basic education. That would be WCED and WCPP. Social workers, including the number of social workers, salaries adjustments, and the fast tracking of the 1.6 billion allocation. There was something in the second discussion about social workers in schools that I think we could incorporate here, maybe. And then Resolution 7 is the availability of rape kits, to audit where there are no rape kits and the allocation made accordingly. So social development, health, justice and correctional services, community safety and WCPP.
Thank you, Ms. Fouchier. Honorable Murray and yourself there, Madam.
Mr. Speaker, the main problem that I heard, and I agree, is there's not enough support for shelters, for women who's desperate and need help. They don't want to go to the police stations. They don't want to be interviewed by men policemen. They want women to take their statements, and they want a place of safety. And as far as I know, they've all complained that is not forthcoming, except for Saatchi Bartman in Athlone, where I know is very well run. The rest suffer because they don't have the infrastructure, the finances, and the staff. And this is something that must be addressed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Murray. What are you suggesting there on the specifics? Yes. Must help the drafters now.
I would say that an intensive analysis is done about the existing need for more shelters, that they be properly financed and given the necessary equipment to run efficiently.
Okay. I hope there will be some money somewhere. We must pray and also work hard. I know you believe in prayer, Honorable Murray, so we must. Ms. Fouchier? Oh, yes, Madam.
On point number 4, Honorable Speaker, the resolution number 4 on addressing issues of cultural ills, I think will be amiss if we don't include the issue of customary law that we spoke about earlier on, to include cultural leadership and traditional leaders on it.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
That has also come from the second discussion, so I think we could combine that there as well.
Okay.
Warner, can you go up for me, please? No, sorry, down, sorry. Economic response to gender-based violence, understanding the geographic areas of gender-based violence and identifying what economic opportunities are there and which programs are being undertaken in this regard.
Sorry, Ms. Fouchier. On that point, don't move. There's a speaker there. Madam?
Yes, I just want to make a correction in regards to point number 4. There is social workers at schools, but the amount of social workers, because we have one social worker servicing 23 schools.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Let us not intimidate her.
So I just wanted us to do that correction, to say more social workers at the schools.
Yeah. I think to, now that you're done, ma'am, to bring the other issue, the feeling, which is a fact, it's not a myth, is that some schools do have social workers and many do not. So I'm choosing my words very carefully, that some do have, but many do not. So what then that resolution seeks to address, your own resolution that you are augmenting there, is that we need to advocate for more and in fact get closer to all schools having access. Because it will do a lot more than just arresting these kids when they break law. Maybe there's some psychosocial issues. So we need to add that. So if we could. I'm not an expert, but you know, I learn, you have schooled me here. Madam?
I think maybe the full implementation of the School Health Act as well as the Schools Act. If that is implemented, then the problem will also be solved. So we must also bring DOE in on this.
Okay, that's perfect. Then that means we get the Central Education to assist us, because that's their act, in seeing how we can implement some of the areas. But we'll deal with that from the WCPP area. Honorable Murray, sorry, Ms. Fouchier.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I also listened very carefully, and the ladies were very, very assertive on the issue of boys at school level at a young age should be trained to respect women. You can't wait till they're adult men and then want to teach them that women should be respected. And I would say instead of teaching, giving them sex education, give them education on how to respect women.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Marais. You must also understand the multi-sectoral nature of the stakeholders. Others want to talk about sex, others don't want to. So we must just manage it. There was a speaker that said some kids, they think that the first person that loves or claim to pretend that they love, the girl child thinks that is the oyster and they must just grab it and stick with it, yet they were lied to. So those are important things. I think that was you, ma'am, there. So that issue is very important, Honorable Marais. It also, as we go further, let us just go through our resolutions. If there's something that has not been covered, then we bring that on, because some of these are covered as we move forward. Are we all on the same page? Ms. Fouchier?
Thank you, Speaker. Yeah, I think Mr. Marais will be covered in the next one. The program for perpetrators. The perpetrators to leave the home, not the other way around. Rehabilitation services to be provided to the perpetrators so that they don't become repeat offenders. Male role models and male-led anti-gender-based violence programs, boys programs. There was specific reference to mobile buses educating young boys in communities. Then I think the next resolution covers Honourable Nkondlo's point, where multi-sectoral approach to GBV programs, so that it's justice, health, home affairs, NGO, civil society, and the private sector, and a multidisciplinary stakeholder approach. The 11th...
May I, if I may, on that, the multi-sectoral, that we include the international organizations, because these conglomerates in the civil society structure globally, they've got a lot of interest in what is happening in our country, and therefore mobilize resources, but we need to see that the resources are geared towards the right direction. And that's where then the diplomatic and the consular corps becomes relevant in pursuit of that mandate. But we'll unpack that. It's something that is important, that sector. Are we all fine with that? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. The 11th resolution was standardised court processes and turnaround times for GBV cases. I think that was raised by a few of the speakers where the perpetrators are out on bail and it takes 3 years and people are face to face with their rapists. And then the last one that we have there is the municipal desk officers across the province, I assume, addressing issues of gender-based violence and providing a platform where victims can access resources.
Is that the last one?
Speaker,
Okay.
I don't know what is meant by standardized court processes, because that's very wide. What processes are we talking about here?
Okay, thank you, Honorable Marais. There was a lady from this side. I just can't point at her, maybe she's gone. The question was that when you go to court, at times certain courts behave differently from other courts on the same matter. So when you go to a restaurant, you see these chain restaurants, national chain restaurants, if you walk into one, I don't want to promote any one of them for free. But if you walk into any one of them, you know what burger you're gonna get, what kind of chicken you're gonna get, because you know the menu. Even if you go to another town, it's the same menu. So I think the idea was to see that justice, wherever you walk into, you understand that the same service is standardized. If it responds to GBV, it must be the same response in every court that is dealing with the GBV. Not even, you mentioned it, others, they say 2 years for a person who have killed, raped and killed. Others say 2 lifetimes. Another court says a suspended sentence. but these are the same courts. So I think that is the approach. Maybe it can be clarified to say that a standardized service in courts in order to ensure victims are treated fairly in all courts without compromising the quality of service. Because then because in courts it depends. There are two things that are important in justice: how the investigative process was executed and the quality of the prosecution in court. Therefore, the magistrate is able to make an informed decision. There are lawyers here, you'll see, Honorable Heron will tell you. Most cases gets thrown out of court because there is no substance that says you must arrest Honorable Nkondlo. That's why Usisi Ndutu said there, at times the person says that he didn't do it, but then later you bring the forensic report and it says, no, Masi, Ngasela, you did this thing. Then I say, it was we agreed. But the issue is, if the service is not managed in a way that it is a standardized, you expect a service and you will get that service as a victim in any court that you go to. Whether in the platteland or in the city, the service will be rendered to you as a victim, not to treat you as a perpetrator, yet you are a victim. Honorable Nkondlo again, Honorable Marais after that.
Chair, I'm not on the resolution you were explaining, which I think I understand and agree. I wanted to say on number 12 and I think 7, the one on the economic response, I want to submit that the role of local government is very important, because all the things we speak about as we relate to communities are managed at a municipality level. So mine, I would like in this one, obviously the provincial department that deals with local government must work hand in hand in terms of the municipal desks. But also in the economic side of things, on that economic response, Chair, what I'm suggesting is that it should be the province, but also it must include the LED units, because one always wonders if you then refer to the MERO report that we always gain every year on the Municipal Economic Review Outlook, that the biggest challenge of this geography we're talking about lies there in the socio-economic profile of these communities. So for me, it becomes important that our LED units in the municipalities are very active in ensuring that when you speak about an IDP, you know, an LED strategy, at the center of that, Chair, I do not understand, you have projects, you have budgets that are going to communities right up to a ward, and you've got even ward committees, but the voice or the content thereof, it is in no way speaking to the issues of women who are sitting there, who are child-headed households. Instead, we continue to have this thing, and you'll find that women are part of these ward committees. So we have become a number, you know, to be present on things so that our women bodies can actually tick the box in terms of compliance. So I'm very passionate about this issue, Chair, of ensuring that economic involvement of women is central to resolving, you know, gender equality, but also GBV, as everybody I think has said. So I'm saying LED units, I think, must be at the center of this thing, so that at least we can be able to assess LED strategies to the extent to which they are responsive to the problems of women at a local level. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Nkondlo. Before you, Honorable Marais, just how to capture that, you know, that's my own portfolio. Let's say local government, next to that LED, say local government, no. Next to LOD, LED. LED is part of local government. So it's not another thing, you know. Just say LED in local government. Does it make sense? Yes. Because the municipality has a key response expectation And that expectation, you'll find it in the informal sector, because they need to get base allocation and all of those kind of things. If you don't manage it there, then province sometimes gets too far, because at the coal phase, that's where councillors help us. If you remove them, none of what we're talking about will happen. So Mero is the response by province. Take that Mero and put it next to province. And then we are working, and then we can move. Then, Honorable Mare.
Sir, thank you. I would like to think that the justice processes must be designed equitably to protect the dignity and respect for the human rights of the victims.
Okay.
And not only lean over towards the accused, but it should be so designed as to protect the dignity and respect and the human rights of the victims.
Well said, Honorable Member. Thank you. I won't add anything. May we proceed, please? It's 22 minutes past 3. We're almost there.
Thank you, Speaker. Can I just ask that we swap the laptops quickly? Sorry for that. Thank you very much, Speaker. Resolutions from session number 2, which took place this afternoon, is that a working committee should be established from amongst the women attending this Women's Parliament to monitor the implementation of the resolutions, and that the women should come together on the 8th of March. I think we raised that as well. Sorry, ma'am. 20, thank you.
What I want to warn against is that we can't take decisions about which state. Because as members of parliament present here will tell you, it could be a date where we're passing a particular vote. I'm just making that as an example. So we must just say here that women should come together in the first quarter of the year, which is that task team. Because I also want to be realistic. I convened this. You know, this was supposed to be a workshop. And then I said to Ms. Fouchier and to the Secretary to Parliament, Mr. Romeo Adams, let this be a women's parliament. Because a workshop, it means you come and talk, then to empower you, then you go home. Workshops are fine, but we can't just have workshops on these matters. At some of the times, we need to take decisions. So I'm suggesting that we agree on the first quarter, and that this task team must come together to look at that progress, not all of us.
Yeah.
And therefore, also deal with the issues, because the Women's Parliament will be an annual program. It's not going to be one after 3 years. So that's the decision that I've taken from my office, that I want this sector to meet every year. Then it helps us. You can also monitor yourselves on the things that you said here, whether those make sense and whether we have moved an inch to address them. So we can't meet 3 years, no. Next year we're meeting again, and every year. Ms. Fouchier?
Thank you, Speaker. The second one, there was a suggestion from the lady over there. Grants should be introduced for graduates and small business owners to attract them to academics and entrepreneurship. There was an appeal for Parliament to be more visible to people living in rural areas, accessibility to information, internet, public services and e-centres in the rural areas should be addressed.
Okay. All right, stakeholders, you are here. We must listen. I'm chairing. Yes, ma'am.
My Oh, sorry. My specification was informal traders. So I don't like the informal sector to be lost in the blanket of small business or SMME. So if you can just add informal.
Thank you. Irma, if you could proceed. Proceed, we're done with that one. There was a request to understand the high rate of school dropouts so that the focus can be on keeping children in school. This is again echoing this one, the social services that should be provided in schools. And then very importantly, I think the addition here is that necessary training should be provided to educators to deal. Then the point that was raised by a few of the delegates is that traditional leadership should be included in the discussion on challenges faced by women in rural areas to look at cultural norms and practices.
Like Ugutwala, Uchilo Maslomo. Yeah, like Ugutwala. There's a specific challenge around Ugutwala. Remember, one of the former ministers for women, she put a serious fight, a good fight, to not your good honorable Heron, but a good fight. And it assisted us to ventilate in support of women's rights. So it's a very specific one, and she's from the kingdom, so I'm glad she's raising this. Madlo. Before we proceed, ma'am, I should get your name, I'm sorry.
I'm Doriska Kiewicz from Change Agents
Yes,
of
yes,
Africa in
Ms.
Montague. I have a request that we add on to the necessary training should be provided to educators. I'm an extended education practitioner working in the after-school space where the kids are at risk. So we need actually also the training on trauma counseling, lay counseling, etc. So if you can add extended education practitioners, please.
Okay. Do you mean something different from the after-school game changer, the mod centers? Do you mean something different?
I'm not part of the mod center. I focus more on life skills.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Madlo, sorry, Ms. Fouché, and then Honorable Marais after that.
Okay. I was going to add on Ukutwala and Lobola custom.
Oh, and Lobola.
Yes, yes.
Okay. For those who don't know Lobola, that is dowry in terms of other customs. But basically, it's the money that you pay to negotiate the daughter to come join you for life. It's not to pay, no, you're not paying, you negotiate. It's called a negotiation fee. But it becomes expensive at times. Honorable Marais?
Mr. Speaker, yes, where's that reference to traditional leadership? The traditional leader and Khoisan Bill clearly defined Khoisan leaders as not traditional leaders. Okay? So when you talk about traditional leaders, you talk about the Nguni tribes. But if you want to include the Griqua, the Nama, and the others, you'll have to put their traditional and Khoisan leadership.
Perfect, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. The next one is access for women in rural areas to healthcare services and social economic opportunities. That must be a priority on government's agenda. And then the last one came from a few different areas about training opportunities and educational opportunities for women in rural areas that will assist with the vertical integration of women into employment structures, not only at the lower levels, and a very important point raised of satellite campuses in rural areas.
Okay.
Thank you, Speaker. That concludes.
Thank you, Ms. Fouché. Mhlekazi Menier, da. Okay, ma'am.
Honourable Speaker, I have raised the issue about places of safety. Shelters must be put as a priority. I can't see it there.
Oh, I'm just, thank you, sir. Is that all from your side?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I've just been appraised that in the first one, it is there. Are we in agreement? Oh, apparently everyone agrees, so it's safe. It's safe, sir. It's fine. Madam?
Thank you, Speaker. I think the last one that was raised from this side was the issue of women and landlessness, especially on women on farms. And one other speaker spoke about women being chased from complexes and so forth. So I think we need to be speaking about some
Okay.
of those.
That's a serious issue. Just put the security of tenure in brackets. Specific for women. That's also the key issue in rural communities. For those who don't know, because we have rural communities in the province, but it's not under the traditional leadership. I'm aware that some of the challenges with the traditional leadership is when the woman is married to a family, the husband dies, but no one, then the woman is left in a situation where if there's no appetite to have the woman around, as if she must beg to remain there, then the woman, in some cases, gets kicked out. And then they must seek refuge in their own maternal home. And that becomes a problem. So it's a deep-rooted cultural norm which is dangerous. Some are very lucky because they get accepted. One of the issues was raised here that a woman was burdened to death. In fact, she was shot and killed on the spot, and 2 of her children, by a husband who then shot himself. And he died also on the spot. Now the family wanted to take this body and the children and the husband, the late husband, and bury them on the paternal side of the husband, forgetting the fact that the family may have a different view, the woman, the family of the late wife. But the rights of that woman were not taken into account. It ended up in court, and whatever the view is, but the court decided and granted the rights for the woman to be buried by the family that gave birth to her. So those are struggles that exist in the 21st century in our doorstep. So I think it's important that it was raised here. I appreciate that. Because someone made this specific case here, but she just didn't dwell on the details, but that is how it was. I know because the father came to my office and the sisters to my office to ventilate, which I had to counsel them and comfort them. So it's as sad as that. Ma'am?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The flip side of being chased away is the other one, yokungenwa.
Yes.
Where then you have to be married to the brother of the deceased.
Yes.
And be forced to remain.
Yes. Yeah. So those Nkosma, thank you. Yeah, we can talk until tomorrow about some of these cultures, but they are quite taboo if you listen to them. But they are archaic now, but in some areas they are current. Can we then agree that we emphasize the security of tenure and that we close on the women on land, women and landlessness, so that we just talk about the security of tenure? That then is the last part of the resolutions. What we'll do, because we didn't want to be rigid about where it goes, we want the WCPP to then say how well are we going to get a response and how soon the response will come and where should it go, over and above what has been said here. So the task team that then was proposed, you must decide who the members of the task team, but can I do the following? Put the resolutions to the House. Can I get the mover? Just name and surname.
Damaris Kiewitz.
Thank you very much, ma'am. The seconder? Okay, name and surname?
Victoria Boyson.
Victoria Boyson. Are we all in agreement? Can I move that we adopt them? Yes? Yes. No? Oh, yes. Thank you very much. Okay. What we'll now do, because we need to wrap up, it's been a very productive and obviously a long day. Can I get the attention of the House? The first thing that I want to say is that for the purposes of us going forward, let us get the indication of who do you want, not more than 10, otherwise we're going to spoil this whole thing. Who do you want to coordinate with the units? Because the units led by Ms. Fouchier will now begin to coordinate the session for that meeting in the first quarter. But then we need that task team that must sit in order to sanitize the feedback from the departments ahead of the Women's Parliament in the new year. Now, we just need 10 or less, not more than that. We must also trust that even if your voice is not there, others can also represent you, as long as they are able to recognize that they don't speak for themselves. And here, we've got the West Coast, we've got the Metro, we've got the Central Karoo, we've got the Garden Route, we've got the Overberg, we've got the Cape Winelands. So preferable, let's get one. Are we all in order?
Yes.
Is that fine? Thank you.
Fine.
So that then means it's 6. Then it's easier. Can the districts tell us? Yes, ma'am. Okay. Start with Mike. Mike, again.
Tabisile Mkhize from Saldanha Bay Municipality.
West Coast.
West Coast.
West Coast. So you are the representative. And West Coast, are we happy?
Yes.
Oh, West Coast says yeah. So that's the name for the West Coast. Ms. Fouchier, you want to suggest something? Okay. Ma'am?
Kathy Cronje from the Western Cape Women's Shelter Movement. We represent a lot of the shelters in the Western Cape. So,
Okay, you'll be this odd one that will be an umbrella.
Yes.
Are we happy with that? Thank you. Okay. Then the other 5 men, that side.
So, Speaker Cleone Vanston for representing the Garden Route, and that will be all then. Thank you.
Okay. Garden Route, are we happy? Yes. Thank you. And then the next one, Overberg.
Recommend Ms. O'Neill for the Overberg. She's fine with it.
Who is that? Can the person that is recommended to speak for the Overberg? Okay, we've been doing it very, very well. So let us proceed. Who is the person for Overberg? Ma'am, who? Press the button and then speak to the button, to the mic, ma'am.
Lana O'Neill.
Overberg.
Overberg, yes.
Padanki. Are we Overberg happy? Thank you. Ew, this is very easy. I wish Parliament was like this. The next region, district, Sisndut. Your mic, is it on?
Honorable Ilan for Metro.
Ilan. What is the first name?
Mfundo.
Nomfundo Ilan. Okay. We've got that. Metro, are you happy? Okay, that's the politics now. Metro. You see, out in the Platteland, we have consensus, man. Then let's hear the Metro. Ma'am, please speak. You wanted to know the person? Oh, you are the person? Oh, I thought, madam, she was saying that I object. Okay, it was going to be fun now, you just spoiled it. Okay, that's the Metro. Is the Metro happy? Yes. Thank you. No. No, we're talking to delegates. You see, that's why it is important. If you are upstairs there, you are not a delegate. Your delegates who are here must speak. Who is saying no? Can I just call for order from my friends in the gallery, says Pumla. Fortunately, I know you by name. Can we allow the delegates to discuss? For instance, if there's an issue about a delegate proposed, let the delegates that are here to discuss that. So we are here, so we're talking here. That's the point of what I'm driving. So let us respect the processes. The metro, again, is there an issue with the delegate, and what's the motivation for the issue? No issue.
I'm in the metro, we have no issue. We're not
Thank
going
you.
to politicize women's violence. Sorry,
you.
guys.
Thank you. Okay. I'm glad because you can see how we're moving nicely. Thank you very much for that. The other ones, Cape Wetlands, please. Madam.
Honorable Speaker, I just want to know how is this meetings going to happen quarterly? The people that get nominated from the different areas, will it be accessible for them to come to the meetings? Transport-wise, money-wise, before we just nominate people? Thank you.
Yeah, fortunately, like now here, you know, some of you slept somewhere nice. Let us not reveal things here. Because those who come far, very far, we brought you here. So leave that to us. Yes. This is Parliament, it's your Parliament. So we make sure that the meeting takes place comfortably and that all those stakeholders are able to participate in a very fair and conducive environment. All right. Cape Winelands.
Ik stel voor
Madam?
Estelle Fredericks.
Esther Fagan. Thank you, Mevrouw. Cape Winelands, are we all happy? Happy. So that then concludes, the Central Karoo was one of the first. Where are they? Mauriceburg, Mevrouw? Ina Marie. Sorry. Are we now happy with Miss Ina Marie? That's Central Karoo, they're happy. She's been one of the leaders here. Thank you, Ms. Marie. So we all have the districts and the metro, and then we've got the Western Cape shelters. That's 7. Madam?
Honorable Speaker, Cape Winelands is a very big district because we have the Langeberg municipality on the other end of Cape Winelands, and then we have Stellenbosch and the others on the side of the mountain. As an activist, my activist heart is now speaking, we would not like Cape Winelands people behind the mountain be excluded out of the process. So is it not possible for us to consider Langeberg municipality to have a representative, please?
All right, thank you. I just want to share something for the benefit of everyone here. In my previous life, I was chairman of the Standing Committee on Local Government. So I know each and every corner in the province. Gravater, as far as Mauriceburg, Buffalo Yaspai, Pito. So if you are a rep and you sit in George, Pito is fair Afmos, the furthest point. So if you are in Saldanha and you've got Gravater, that's fair. So let us do it the way we've been following, and just make sure that in the area, in the district, because also what I'm going to say is that the Women's Parliament, the intention, we look at the budget, the intention, we want to do districts first. Then from the district, we want to take it to the province. Then we'll also have more of a coordinated way in terms of both the messaging, the resolutions, they can flow from the districts. We will achieve something out of this. It may look impossible, but we will get there. But it's a road that we must travel, as painful, as difficult as it is. So we'll get there. So let us just support the representatives and make sure that they get the necessary support also from the municipalities where they are, because we'll communicate with the district municipalities, all 5 districts. And I know that the district from West Coast is also represented nicely here, as well as the Cape Winelands is represented nicely. If we can just move and say the report will be sent to all of you. This report will be circulated to all of you as delegates here, each one of them. We'll even give it to other NGOs for them to know what was discussed here. Because this is not for us sitting here only. There's a lot of other NGOs that could not sit here with us here today. So we just need to make sure that we consider even them. All right, now this brings us to the end. Before you pack and go, I want to thank all of you as delegates here. Thank you very much. Please put hands together for yourselves. It's been so pleasant, painful, at times difficult to process what is being said, because it's not an easy topic. It was a complex exercise, but it allowed us to reflect. And thank the leaders of political parties who've been here, and also members of the executive who were able to come here, notably Honorable Mayor just left, and remember Bombo arrived and she left earlier on. But also in name, Honorable Heron, you stayed here the whole day. Honorable Brancase, you stayed here the whole day. Honorable Marais, you stayed here the whole day. Thank you. I saw Honorable Dagmo sitting up there, quietly hiding there, and it was good to have him here. And obviously other members of parliament, especially those who were participants who helped me chair the session. Honorable Makamba Boja, Honorable Philander, Honorable Pagu Force, and Honorable Maseko. But thank the contributions, Honorable Nkondlo, your participation and the participation of some of the organizations that were initially not too sure whether they would be invited. There's a lady there who sent an email to me and an SMS, can I be invited? 2 days ago. I said, it's too late, it's closed. But Ms. Fouchier accommodated the lady in gold there. You said we need buses to deal with boys. Thank you very much. Because we want to have young women here and middle age and the elderly, but we need to have voices that cuts across. So I'm very happy that you could spend time here with us, all of you, and the officials who organized this. Ms. Fouchier, Sam, all of you that are present here, because Sam is from my office. But you see, we've got people in front of me who you don't normally see on TV when you watch Parliament, because they lead a very important unit called the Public Engagement and Education Unit, because that is a very important unit that engages you as NGOs. So in my closing contribution here, the Secretary to Parliament has been a very serious player in helping us as the accounting officer to have the successful event. So you don't see him, but he was wearing his bandana differently. He put it here in the head, on his head. I had to put mine here like you ladies have done. So he doesn't like the limelight. He sits behind the scenes. He's been very helpful. But I just want to say the pledge that we signed, the members of parliament who are not here today will sign the pledge, Ms. Fouchier, on the 26th. Is that correct? And some members of staff of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament will also do the same. I also just want to read the pledge so that we all know what the pledge was, so that you know what you signed. The pledge says, I pledge to combat violence against women and children I will speak out against domestic violence, sexual assault, child abuse, or any other forms of violence against women and children. So help me God. Now, the 16 Days of Activism campaign against women abuse and children has begun, and we have done it officially ahead of time here. But our program and resolve should be the one that says, to what extent are we able to foster the programs that we spoke about, not only in the 16 days, but 365 days, 24 hours, 24/7. So I really want to encourage all members of parliament who are not here to also follow the NGOs that are here, because you are all in someone's constituency, to visit you, at least to come and listen, just to see the work that you do, so that if there's something they can do to assist, they know where you are. And I commit to do the same in the Overberg, because that's my constituency. Thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Travel safely.
There's tea and refreshments in the members' dining